Our partners in this program, among them the ILO, the IOM, and many other partners who have come here to support this activity and program, the Federation of Kenya Employers, the COTU, the Central Organization of Trade Unions, our partners including the employment agencies, the employers, the job seekers, our returnees, the staff of NEA who have made this program successful, the DG. On behalf of the board, I want to welcome you to this conference, to this activity and this program. That is one of the activities the board set aside among the activities for the National Employment Agencies to undertake this year. As you have heard from the Director General, we had a road show, part of the creation of awareness for NEA, and even to ensure that our citizens know that such an organization is there for them and that we are in the business of ensuring that the Kenyans get decent jobs. And that is the theme of our conference today. The theme of our conference is self-reliance and decent job opportunities. As in government, because NEA is an organization of government, we aim to ensure that the people of Kenya are treated with dignity, and therefore the issue of decent job opportunities. It gives me great pleasure this morning that we hold this job fair today. And before I proceed, I want to take this opportunity to introduce the board of NEA. I'm standing here on behalf of the board of NEA as session chair. Currently, the chairperson of the National Employment Authority office is vacant. So I'll ask the board members to stand up. Please, somebody can give them a microphone to introduce themselves, to say which organizations they represent.
Good morning. I'm Martin Omuse. I represent National Treasury as a board member. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Maren Omondi. I represent CATI. CATI is Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions.
The chief guest and all protocols observed. My name is Joyce Mwale. I represent the principal secretary for labor on the board. Thank you.
Hamjambo. My name is Nafula Wafula. I represent the National Youth Council at the board.
My name is Vincent Kigen, representing the National Youth Council.
Thank you very much, board members. And this is our activity, and therefore we are grateful for the support that has been provided to us through the Ministry of Labor. The National Employment Agency was constituted and set up as a department, as a state corporation in 2016 through an act of parliament. It comprises of the State Department of Labor, who is represented by Madam Mwale, the Public Service Commission, who I represent, the Federation of Kenya Employers, represented by Madam Jacqueline Mugo, the Executive Director, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who is represented by Harriet Nduma, who is not with us today as a board member. She's engaged in another function. We have two representatives of the Youth Council who have introduced themselves. We have Vincent Kigen and Nafula Wafula. We also have the National Treasury, represented by Mr. Omuse, who has introduced himself. The Secretary Commission of University Education, who is not with us today, but we have Professor To as a board member. We have the Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions, represented by Maren, who is here with us today. And we have a chairperson, and the office of the current chairperson is, the office of the chairperson is currently vacant. I'll just tell the audience a little bit about NEA in terms of mandate. Our mandate includes advising on formulation of employment policies and strategies for national and county government, advise both the national and county government on policy matters concerning employment. And we are glad to be in county number 1, where we expect that our activity on the job fair since Sunday, the road show, and every activity that is going forward up to tomorrow, we expect that the people of county number 1 have been sensitized and are aware of some things that they didn't know. Yesterday, yes, we had returnees talking to us, some positive remarks, some negative. We also had the youth, people in the universities telling us the challenges they go through in terms of finding employment, in terms of even placing themselves in the right positions. And we have told them that they can just register with the NEA on their website, www.neims.go.ke. So that is part of our creation of employment opportunities for our youth and for the Kenyans, for which this employment agency was created for. We also develop methodologies for employment measurement, management, and promotion. We conduct periodic surveys on labor market skills requirements and advise training institutions and job seekers appropriately to ensure that training and skills match the job market requirements. We monitor implementation of employment policies and programs. And in this case, NEA is in the process of even establishing bilateral agreements with various governments. And our main goal, as per our theme today, is to ensure decent jobs for Kenyans, that Kenyans are treated with dignity. Monitor implementation of employment policies and programs, facilitate cooperation with national government, private sector, and we are glad that we were joined by a lot of employing agencies, a lot of employers in the private sector. We are actually represented by the Federation of Kenya Employers in the board. The informal sector. Yesterday we heard that the informal sector is one of the areas where we can get skills and we can get jobs. Foreign governments, through our bilateral engagements, institutions to promote and increase access to employment. Facilitate continuous training and other activities of Kenyans to improve their chances of employment and work skills. NEA has a program for internship. Register persons seeking employment. Maintain an integrated and up-to-date database of all persons seeking employment. That's why we were saying that don't use njia za kando when you want to get employment. Currently, we have a system that you can register, and so that the government can keep track of your activities. And it becomes very important when you are out there, as you have realized. Facilitate the employment and placement of job seekers in formal and informal or any other form of employment locally and internationally. Circulate in a timely manner job vacancies advertised to job seekers throughout Kenya through appropriate means, including use of social media, internet, and published materials. Provide counseling to the unemployed to undertake activities to promote employment. We have partnerships with various organizations, including NITA and other training institutions who offer such counseling and pre-departure training or debriefing for those who come back from overseas. And this is something you should know so that you are not left wondering what next. Facilitate the implementation of national policies on employment, take necessary steps to encourage equal opportunity employment practices for benefit of the unemployed, and perform such other functions as may be assigned. Basically, briefly, those are the mandates and the functions of the National Employment Authority. This job fair was partly to create awareness. The job fair provides an opportunity for NEA to create awareness on the services offered by NEA, and the board remains committed to ensure that the mandate of the National Employment Authority is actually taken seriously, and that we help government in those activities that we have been mandated to perform. At this juncture, as I close my remarks, on behalf of the board, I want to take this opportunity to thank the ministry, to thank the CS, the PS, and all the support that we are getting from the ministry to support the National Employment Authority. And it would not be possible to have had these engagements that we are having today without the support from the ministry. Thank you very much. I also want at this juncture to, although some people will be thanked later in a big way, we want to thank the Office of the Regional Commissioner, the County Commissioner, for having supported us since Sunday, and we have had an activity without any negative issues that may arise, especially at this time. So thank you very much and welcome CSPS to our function on behalf of the board. DG, this is your program.
Thank you very much. I was being assisted by Mwakazi, and now I would like us to follow the program the way it is. At this juncture, I would like to welcome Madam Jacqueline Mugo.
She is a lawyer by profession and has spread her experience in legal practice, human resource management and leadership. She is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, a commissioner at the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, a trustee of the National Social Security Fund Board of Trustees, and a titular member of the governing body of the International Labour Organization. Please welcome the Federation of Kenya Employers Executive Director, Mrs. Jacqueline Mugo.
Hamjambo nyote. Hamjambo. Habari ya leo. Nitaongea kwa lugha ya Kimombo kwa vile kila mara nikijaribu kuongea Kiswahili watu nicheka na wanasema wanaweza kufahamu ni sehemu gani ya nchi natoka. Lakini kama siko kwa stage naweza kuongea Kiswahili. Ni furaha yangu kuwa nanyi siku hii ya leo. Let me now turn to English to be on the safe side. Our chief guest, Mr. Simon Chelugui, the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Labour, Honorable Jackson Kala, Chief Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of Labour, Engineer Peter Toom, our Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Labour, representatives of KOTU, Kenya, representatives of the ILO, Mr. Emra Gule, the Head of Programs, IOM, Ms. Edith Okoki, the Acting Director General, NEA, board members of NEA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I speak to you here in two capacities this morning. I speak as the Chief Executive of the Federation of Kenya Employers, but also as a member of the NEA board, which I am privileged to serve on and to represent employers, as Director Joan indicated. I think we all agree as Kenyans that one of the most important challenges facing our country is that of jobs. So NEA has since inception actually been grappling with the issue of how do we make our mandate clear to Kenyans so that they understand what we do, how do we work with stakeholders, and how do we make the target group, which is largely the youth, come to us and connect them to employers. So we've been discussing the issue of having job fairs for a very long time. Today, this is a very exciting day for me because I actually chair the technical committee at NEA that deals with this topic, and we've been grappling with how to do these job fairs. And this is a dream come true, and I really want to add my thanks and gratitude to those of our Director General, Acting Director General, and Director Joan for you being here, because we could have organized this and not had anybody in the room. It is my vision, as Mwakazi was asking, what is our expectation, that at the end of this really almost 1 week of coming together, we will all be a little clearer on the role of NEA and also connect our youth largely to employers whom I represent. The figures on unemployment in our country are quite shocking. According to the census data that was released in February 2020, 39% of our youth are unemployed. I think it's fairly close to the numbers that we are seeing this morning. But we also have some 800,000 young people, graduates coming out, being released to the labor market every year. But in the formal sector, which is the sector I represent, only 100,000 decent jobs are created on an annual basis. So where do the 700,000 Kenyans go? That is the question. Those who can't get jobs, decent jobs, because we know that most of our jobs are coming from the from the informal sector. So this job fair is, in my view, a very great step towards us beginning to answer this question. What can we do together so that we have an answer to this challenge of jobs? Getting employers connected to job seekers is one of the great ways of doing this. And as NEA, we have studied what other economies have done. And what they do is really to connect those seeking jobs to have good data on the skills that are there in the economy so that employers, when they're looking for people to fill various positions, can find people to fill the vacancies that they have without too much difficulty. But globally, there's a very great challenge about data on employment, labor statistics. And yet employers say, we're looking for people, we can't find them, and there are hundreds of thousands of people who don't have jobs. So this strange situation is something that we hope we can begin to fix through the conversations that we're going to have over the next, which we've been having and will continue to have for the next few days. As FKE, we have collaborated with NEA since the beginning on the promotion of employment for our people, because we know that it requires collaborative effort for us to do this. I am also aware that employers sometimes get negative publicity about their role, and I think most of these accusations are unfair. The Federation of Kenya Employers stands for fair labor practice and supports employers to build their capacity, one, to understand what are the legal obligations they're required to follow, what did the international standards say, what does the Employment Act require, what is the minimum wage. So I believe there are very many great employers who are doing a wonderful job in this country to create jobs and keep people in employment. Similarly, there are private employment agencies that deserve our praise and our support, and I'd like us to recognize them at this point. But I also know that there are those who flout the law, and I firmly believe that action must be taken against agencies that do not do the right thing. So the Federation does a lot of work in creating awareness and educating employers, but of course it's only the employers who are our members, those who choose to come for these training programs, those who choose to be regulated by NEA, that are doing the right thing. So one of the other challenges we have as a country, CS, is what do we do to those that escape and are outside the perimeters of the regulatory authorities that we have? FKE recognizes the important role that private employment agencies play in job and employment creation. When it happens correctly, it is wonderful that Kenyans are able to find jobs all over the world so that we can meet the unemployment challenge. I was in Europe last week and actually came back yesterday, and there they are grappling with an aging population. They're actually looking for people to work in their economies because these people are not having children. So it's just young, old people who are there. And how can we better regulate migration? I'm very glad to see IOM here so that Kenyans and Africans who are looking for work can go to these foreign countries to work under conditions that are fair, under conditions that are competitive with what the locals are earning. So there's a very strong role for employment agencies to play. FKE did a survey to help us better understand this area on the role that employment agencies play and some of the challenges. Through this survey, whose results we'll be releasing shortly, we have gained some insights from the perspective of the employment agencies and those who also utilize their services on what the challenges are and what can be done to improve the placement of our people into jobs, including into the Middle East, where we know we've had some challenges. So because time is short, I'll just highlight a few of some of the findings of this survey, but we'll be having a formal event to release this. One main one is that the open markets, there are open markets due to lack of bilateral labor agreements by and large. I am aware that Kenya has done some good work and has actually signed some BLAs, bilateral labor agreements, including those with private employment agencies, where private employment agencies are involved. But by and large, employers and private employment agencies are not involved in this BLA process, so there's a gap. There's also the challenge of low salaries negotiated by our government for the workers, by and large. There is work happening here, but I think there's still a lot of gaps to be filled. So we need to negotiate competitive terms and conditions of service for our people whenever they go to work abroad, so that the terms in the BLAs are competitive terms that compare with other countries. We also have inadequate capacity in concerned public offices, quite a lot of changes in various government offices, so you do not have continuity, and it takes a long time to resolve issues. There's work that has been done by our ministry to have labor attaches in some of the key markets where Kenyans go, but we know that there are very few labor attaches in this country, so we still have a gap there as well. The other challenge is short license validity periods, which are accompanied by hectic and long accreditation and license renewal processes, bureaucracy, and slowness. So we need to improve the licensing and accreditation processes for the agencies. Finally, one of the key challenges is training. Training institutes carry out bare minimum trainings that do not prepare workers well enough for the reality of living and working in the migrant countries. NEA has developed curriculums. We've been training, especially those going to do domestic work. But of course, we know that there are many, many other professions and areas that we need to spread to. So this is work that is, we'll have to continue and we'll need to scale up. So these are areas where the Federation of Kenya Employers will continue to collaborate with NEA and with our Ministry of Labor and COTU and other stakeholders to help address the identified issues and emerging issues, because this is a very dynamic area. Let me take this opportunity to call upon the private employment agencies and their associations to really get involved and to be ready to be regulated, to work with the Ministry of Labor, with NEA, and with FKE, join the Federation, get accredited so that you can be in the system and you can work together with the government so that we do the right thing for our people. Currently, we have a program that is supported by the ILO Fairway Project, through which we are carrying out capacity building sessions. This is as FKE for private employment agencies. So I would like to invite those of you who are here to please undertake this training organized by the ILO and FKE to build your capacity as private employment agencies to do the great work that you do, but now to do it better and maybe discuss even amongst yourselves on ways to improve that. So I hope you'll take up this opportunity. FKE is also engaging the Kenya Association of Private Employment Agencies and the Association of Skilled Migrant Agencies of Kenya to see to it that many private employment agencies benefit from this initiative. But since a number of you may be here, you are hearing this directly. Over time, I have come to realize that although some employers have said not to follow the law or do the right thing, or some agencies, the key thing here is lack of information. So people need to take the initiative to educate themselves as well, but to take advantage of the training opportunities that are offered by the Federation in labor laws, and COTU also does this, many agencies. So there's a lot you can learn from so that you know what is required of you from a legal perspective. I want to encourage everyone in this room really to take responsibility. Whether you're someone looking for a job, you're an employment agency, or you are a body that is looking at regulation, let us work better together to be able to improve. So let's see this job fair not as an end in itself, but as a starting point for the promotion of employment for our youth. I really look forward to having this as the norm. We plan to hold similar fairs in other parts of the country, so you county number 1 are spoiled because you're the first ones we've come to, and from the learnings we gain here, we'll be able to carry out other job fairs as NEA. Let me conclude that it is the concerted, the strategic, consistent, and coordinated efforts of all of us as stakeholders in the labor sector that will move us towards the goal of this one-week meeting, towards self-reliance and decent job opportunities for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would now like to invite the ILO country director representative, Madam Ida Awell, to make her remarks.
Thank you. Good morning. Jambo. His Excellency, Mr. Simon Chilugu, Honorable Cabinet Secretary and Minister of Labor. His Excellency, Honorable Jackson Kala, Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Labor. His Excellency, Engineer Peter Tum, Principal Secretary, Minister of Labor. Ms. Edith Okoki, Acting Director General, National Employment Authority. Ms. Jacqueline Mugo, Executive Director, Federation of Kenyan Employers, representative of COTU-K, Mr. Emra Guler, Head of Program and Policy Development, International Organization for Migration, job seekers, returned migrants, the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here this morning on behalf of Mr. Wellington Chibebe, the Director of the ILO Country Office for Tanzania, Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda, in this critical event to discuss the future of public employment service in Kenya. Thank you for inviting the ILO to participate and support and contribute to this noble agenda towards self-reliance and decent job opportunities, which is at the heart of what we do as ILO. This is very timely as Kenya is slowly recovering from the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. According to the ILO statistics of 2019, Kenya's overall unemployment stood at 5%. In the case of the youth, 12.8%. The average labor force participation stood at 67.8%. Despite most of our countries in Africa having a young population, as my sister Jacqueline just mentioned, creating adequate jobs for this youth remain to be a challenge confronting most of our countries in this region, including that of Kenya. For over a century, the unemployment rate does not paint rosy pictures in Kenya. This situation has worsened further by the COVID-19 pandemic due to reduction of jobs in both formal and informal sector in Kenya, as well as elsewhere, which have also resulted in Kenyans working abroad being laid off and coming back to Kenya to already saturated labor market. The COVID-19 pandemic and the ensuing job crisis have heightened the critical roles of employment service sectors. Public employment service and private employment agencies needs to play a critical role in matching job seekers with available vacancies, helping employers find the worker they need, and supporting both sides in adapting to labor market disruption. That is why we are here today in this job fair. A framework for an effective regulation of employment service is provided by two ILO International Labor Standards, the Employment Service Convention of 1948, Convention 88, which Kenya has ratified, and the Private Employment Agency Convention of 1997, Convention number 181, which Kenya has not ratified. The ILO encouraged Kenya to ratify and implement both conventions to support a human-centered recovery that benefits all through optimally functioning labor market. The conventions promote trusted placement and recruitment services, a better match of skills to a business needs, balanced rules that enable business and protect workers, responsible and fair recruitment, reduction of informal employment. It is worth noting that Kenya is making strides in a number of areas with effort geared towards job and wealth creation by the government. However, challenge persists. To state a few, lack of reliable data on jobs and employment, labor force survey are laborious and expensive to run. This denied the government of Kenya an opportunity to have real-time data on employment, including overseas employment and labor migration. The youth bulge, the steep increase in the youthful population of Kenya means that each year basic and tertiary education institutions are crunching out large numbers of graduates to join the already saturated job market. This scenario has led to many young Kenyans opting to seek employment abroad. Inadequate budget for labor administration is another challenge. The staffing level of the Ministry of Labor rarely matches the need in the employment spaces. Lingering policy review and development process also remain a challenge. The interministerial process required to have improved policy framework on labor matters are quite enduring. Excellency. The primary goal of the ILO is to promote opportunities for women and men to obtain decent and productive work in conditions of freedom, equity, security, and human dignity. Work is one of the few experiences common to most of humanity. It only plays an obvious and crucial role in the well-being of workers and their families, but paves the way to the broader social and economic development of individuals, their community, and society at large. But progress depends on not just on enough work being available, but on its quality too. Work that traps people in bondage or poverty rather than releasing them from it. We've heard quite a few stories from returnees migrants yesterday, which faces this kind of challenges in destination countries, or expose them to hazardous discrimination or insecurity. Does not allow individuals or the economies they're part of to advance and fulfill their potential. Decent work, therefore, sums up the aspiration all people have for their working lives, for work that is productive, delivers a fair income with security and social protection, safeguard basic rights, offer quality of opportunity and treatment, prospect for personal development, and the chance for recognition and to have your voice heard. Decent work is also central to efforts to reduce poverty and is a path to achieving equitable, inclusive, and sustainable development. Ultimately, decent work underpins peace and security in communities and society. Creation of productive, decent, and sustainable employment opportunities is also a major enabling factor in achieving Kenya's Vision 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, decent work for all is therefore the principle that guides the ILO's work. To promote this goal in Kenya, the ILO has supported the Kenyan constituents, to state a few, in developing the Decent Work Country Program strategy for Kenya. This was launched and currently under implementation, supported development of unemployment insurance scheme, The process is still undergoing. Facilitated the development of migrant worker welfare fund. This initiative also undergoing. Continued to support the development of national labor migration policy and labor migration management bill. Promote the ratification of Convention 181, 189, 150, and Convention 87 to improve the normative framework of Kenya. Supported the digitalization of NIA to improve public employment services and labor migration governance. The situation analysis that will usher in the development of robust information management system is nearly complete. Established Migrant Resource Center at NIA and continue to roll out the same countrywide. Develop the national recognition of prior learning policy and strategy to guide youth skilling in Kenya. Strengthen the capacity of ILO tripartite partners in Kenya. Support the establishment of the Migrant Resource Center at Kotuke in Nairobi that is currently undergoing, and capacity building of private employment agencies in partnership with FK is some of the noteworthy support we're providing to the Kenyan constituents. The hope of many job seekers in Kenya lies with the commitment of the government and the private sector, joining force to provide opportunities needed to help women and men realize their economic and social potential. The purpose of this job fair is to increase access and opportunities of both job seekers and employers, including public and private employment service on the available job opportunities. The job fair will enable job seekers, including potential and returned migrants, to link up with possible job opportunities, and the employers or recruiters will link up with most potential and competent employees available in the labor market. It is my hope that significant job seekers here today, including returned migrants, will be able to secure decent employment opportunities in this job fair. And those that have not secured employment, I hope will have adequate information to help them in search for decent work. This job fair brings the much needed focus on the public employment dialogue. I hope this conversation will continue and evolve into national course that shall help all players to take up their respective roles for the benefit of the Kenyan youth. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate and appreciate the government of Kenya in organizing this job fair in an effort to create decent employment opportunities for the Kenyan youth. I'd also like to forward my appreciation to the companies and the private sector who took the initiative to fulfill their social responsibility by being here and trying to create decent employment opportunities for the youth in Kenya. I would also like to thank our partners, SDC, for supporting the Fairway project, the European Union for supporting the FMPT project, and the UK Foreign Commonwealth Development Office for supporting BRMM project, from which we were able to support the Kenyan government in organizing this important job fair. As I conclude, I would like to inform that ILO is very happy to partner with the government of Kenya and social partners in Kenya in its efforts to make decent work a reality for Kenyans. I would like to reaffirm ILO's commitment and continued support in creating decent work in Kenya. On this note, I'll close my opening remark. Asante sana.
Thank you very, very much. Can we give ILO a round of applause? Without ILO today, we would not really have had a successful job fair. At this juncture, I would like to introduce the representative of the Chief of Mission, International Organization for Migration, IOM, Mr. Emra Gula, to address.
Good morning. It's great to be here in Mombasa, and thank you once again for also being here today to present with us. So, Honorable Simon Chelugi, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Labor, and Honorable Peter Tum, PS, Minister of Labor, and Director of Planning, Minister of Labor, Director General National Employment Authority, and representative from ILO, my dear colleague Aida Awal, Senior Technical Officer, the UN representatives, and also representative from social partners, including Central Organization of Trade Unions, COTU, and Federation of Kenyan Employers, and of course representative from non-governmental organizations, NGOs and CSOs, DG National Employment Authority, Madam Edith Okoki, and also the other participants and IOM colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. I'm here standing to give the remarks on behalf of IOM Kenya Country Director and for the launch of the National Job Fairs with the team towards self-reliance and decent job opportunities. So I would like to start with Hongera Sana. Congratulations once again for the launch of the National Job Fair. Ladies and gentlemen, let me commend the government of Kenya for taking strides to ensuring safe, orderly and human migration through the Ministry of Labor and other key partners, ministries such as Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Interior and Coordination of the National Government, National Employment Authorities, among others. The Ministry of Labor has taken progressive steps, and one being the signing of bilateral labor migration agreements with the government of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the State of Qatar, United Arab Emirates, and of course there are also current ongoing discussion with other countries as well, including UK. Today's event is an example of partnership-driven approach of the Ministry of Labor with the key stakeholders such as social partners, training institutions, and general public in the labor migration. That has brought us all together for the National Job Fair, and it's indeed the country's commitment towards promoting safe labor migration and access to the reliable information to decent job opportunities both within and also out of country as well. It is a timely event as increasing number of Kenyans continue to seek employment opportunities outside of the country due to various reasons. And of course, we have the pull factor and push factors as well, which are also around the reasons that I have mentioned. These workers make significant contribution to the social and economic development of the country, mainly through the remittances, but also the knowledge and the skill transfer and technological advancements as well. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to mention that Kenya is a very youthful country, and those aged between 18 and 35 make approximately 75% of the Kenyan population. But a large percentage of this population is unemployed. And of course, they feel marginalized in terms of access to opportunities and information of the labor migrants. As the country continues to progress, the challenges in ensuring a demand-driven human mobility still persist. Due to growing manpower under the age of 35, the economy's job capacity for employment has been constantly challenged. As a result, Kenyans see a great value in migrating abroad for work. Therefore, Kenya is eager to engage and foster mutually beneficial partnership that is not only creates opportunity for Kenyan migrants, but also positively impacts the receiving country's socioeconomic needs. So over the years, Kenya continued to experience migration of its citizens to other countries. The number of Kenyan migrant workers has significantly increased, with the bulk being to the youths who are seeking employment opportunities in international markets, where their skills are in demand. As a result, there is a need to effectively manage labor migration and ensure the protection and the rights of the Kenyan migrants worker in the outside of Kenya. Indeed, when migration is done in a regular way, the migrants are able to remit funds using correct channels, and the funds can be used for development as well. And of course, we know that there are some key developments and protocols have been put in place to promote safe labor migration, such as the East African Common Market Protocol, which provides a free movement of the labor and has helped to facilitate labor mobility within the sub-region. And also we have the Intergovernmental Authority for Development, IGAD region, has also ambitious to promote the mobility dimension of the regional integration as articulated in its recently endorsed Free Movement Protocol. And we have also the Regional Ministerial Forum on Migration, which comprising of IGAD, EAC, and IOM, And the Regional Ministerial Forum on Migration is also established to accelerate the free movement agendas and also to provide a platform for dialogue intra-regionally and inter-regionally, particularly within the Gulf states as well. Also, it's important to note that Kenya has continued to witness the significant growth of diaspora remittances, which stood as $3 billion by the end of 2020, in spite of the COVID as well. So with the proper management and strategies, the government can increase these figures on remittance as well. Ladies and gentlemen, IOM continue to provide support and also to ensure that all stakeholders are involved in the labor migration cycles, dialogue, and cooperation. And also allow me to mention 2 fifth initiatives that have been undertaken. IOM is supporting also the joint Kenya government and GCC ambassador virtual forum in Nairobi in November 2020, which we saw a fruitful exchange on the partnership between Gulf Council countries and also Kenya, as well as on discussion how to tackle some of the challenges that are faced by the labor migrants as well. IOM also supports the government of Kenya in developing Kenyan migrant workers website, which provide a credible platform where prospective Kenyan migrants seeking employment in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are able to find information in those countries. And of course also some other knowledge and related information as well. So IOM Kenya, and also in partnership with the government of Kenya, have developed pre-departure handbooks to the United Arab Emirates, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the state of Qatar on promoting ethical recruitment. So we have been trained more than 160 private recruitment agencies, and also and on international recruitment integrity system, which we call IRIS, and also 2 of the private recruitment agencies will be advancing the mock audits, having changed the way that the business to ensure the labor migrants are protected against trafficking and also other exploitation as well. As IOM, we are supporting the Creating Awareness Forum in coastal region through different projects targeting potential migrant workers by creating awareness on availability of credible and reliable information on the NEA website. And also we have supported the Ministry of Labor to develop national labor migration policy and labor migration bill as well. So with this, IOM Kenya will continue to offer its support to the government of Kenya, work with our partners, including ILO and NGOs and CSOs as well. And of course, with this also we will be, as we committed to cooperate with the government of Kenya and support the activities, but also promote the rights and well-being of migrants as well. So once again, thanks to all of you in making time to participate in this important launch of the job fair as we continue to explore means of working together collectively towards safe, orderly and regular migration in Kenya. Asanteni sana and hongera sana. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Hivyo ndio vile unapigia makofi sponsor kweli. Thank you very much. Mwakazi.
Yes, thank you so much. A big round of applause to all the speakers. So, Kofi out of the valley. All right, ladies and gentlemen, County 001, Mombasa. We now want to show you what they have. And we have this amazing team. They are ready, young people. A big round of applause to Hollywood Artistic Co-op. Wakofi out of the valley. Welcome, karibuni. Give us that artistic Mombasa welcome.
sasa? Dadako hakuniambia kama ulikuwa. Esther. Usiwe na wasiwasi. Sasa kwani mimi nimerudi niko salama. Shida iko wapi? Sasa sikia kwambie mimi hapa nilikuwa nimekuja hapa. Hata kuingia hapo ndani hapo. Yaani toa, pekua mama. Pekua vitu vyako vile. Nenda na pombe yako. Chukua ile kali. Nataka kupeleka huko. Kupeleka hapo. Ay. Sana hapo. Madam ni hapa. Baliza siku nyingi. Nzuri, unaendeleaje? Sijambo kabisa. Uko wapi hizi siku zote? Kwa safari, kwa shamba na kidogo kimbo wangu kwa mtaani. Nimeshafika. Basi baba nikwambia hata sasa. Na ule ndio safari. Hata niletea slow aje songea. Madam, habari yako? Yako aje? Sina jambo. Kwa majina naitwa Mjoka Juma. Na mimi naitwa Esther Nyamwalo. Sasa Esther Nyamwalo, mimi ni agent kutoka Posta Agency, Posta Agency. Oh, Posta Agency. Yani kuona tusanuna na agency. Sasa mimi agency yangu nasafirisha watu kwenda nchi za nje, wale ambao wanataka data nne kama wewe, kama wewe. Mama, uko sawa. Niko John principal bila. Mimi kazi najua. Hata niendelee. Ama wale ambao wanataka kuja chini na hawajapata kazi, sana napeleka overseas. Kama wewe unataka kufuata kelele. Sasa nilikuwa nakwambia, tangia mimi naanza kazi yangu napeleka duniani. Niachie. 100. 50 napeleka Qatar, 50 napeleka Dubai. Hata unakumbuka ule mbele alikuwa na muda bado ni maachara tu kwenye mkweli. Ule mlikuwa huyo anafuta. Anaendesha boda boda huyo. Mwenye nasikia ni za boda boda yake ile ile kusafiri. Mimi pia naye. Lakini kaka, siko mbaya kaka. Uko mtandaoni kweli? Pale kwa mtandao utanipata Posta Agency. Yaani mambo ya je. Ayurejesta by kaka. Kurejesta. Mimi naambia watu nini kila siku. Ama legit person, kama ngafanya biashara, ngafanya legit. Madam, mimi ni sana biashara. Yeye ndio tunafanya kwanza kabla tujasabulisha watu kama nini. Sasa hapo hivi. Kuna sister. Hakuna wasiwasi. Ile iko. Wewe ni safe. South Africa kuna nyama kila kitu. Wiki moja tunamaliza. Sasa mnaona nitaona. Dada, wacha ngapeleke umbea. Kawape mama tena mama uangalie wote waroho. Wastaka kurogo umekosa kwenda. Madam, sikuwa kati. Kwa ile kati nilisema alafu tunaanza process hapa. Sababu tulisema. Yaani wadau kazi nataka kufanya nisiponaona niongeze urefu si mimi. Naona. Madam, wewe unachelewa yawa. Matumbo naanza kupiga kelele. Ini kati. Masoni kati. Sasa mimi natoka hapa. Nenda anza process. Haraka. Nikianza process, wewe kati ndio unanipota na. Mimi nang'ang'ana tu. Nikuletee. Na ungekuwa mtu mzuri mimi naenda lakini ungenipikia chai. Kwa hiyo mimi baba wajua umekuja ghafla ghafla. Nimeenda. Haya karibu. Afadhali dadangu aende. Angalau aje kaka kajumba kitu kodongo tulipatiwa na wazazi wetu. Kwani sitabaki maskini mpaka lini? Mungu muongozi, yani baraka za Mungu tembea nazo dadangu.
Yaani madam huwezi amini nilifanyia. Yaani mimi nende huko Katari miaka 4. Kakangu na mtu mwana pesa nimefanya maendeleo. Nyumba yetu iko vile vile. Hajafanya maendeleo yoyote. Lakini mimi nilikuwa na mwamini.
kama ya kuonesha umesajiliwa na serikali kwa.
Sasa certificate. Sasa sina, lakini nitatafuta.
Registered agent.
Ndio, mtarimu ya sana, nitarejea hospitali.
Madam, hawa ni wale wenye wanapeleka watu nje ya nchi. Wanaenda wanateseka huko.
Sasa ngoja naomba kuuliza mimi. Ukitaka kujua ati fake na wafanyaji.
Nenda pale kwa mtandao. Pale utapata kujua origin na fake wote wako pale.
Isitoshe madam, unaona pale unafungua account, yani unajiregister. Kama hiyo na hata kwa mwenye anasafiri. Fanya ndio ule mtandao kupata. Ngoja kwanza. Unasema ni design contract. Alafu nikienda kule wanibadilishe kazi. Itakuwaje?
Very good question. Bado utarudi pale kwa NEA, utatuma malalamishi yako. Tena serikali ya Kenya itakuchagulia vitu hivi vile. Aidha kubadilishwe kazi kwa huko ama kurudishwe nchini Kenya. Hapo tutakuwa kabisa.
Hizi tawase. Kama hizi tawase. Iko wende hiyo kazi, lazima ufanye training ya wiki ngapi? Na hiyo training unakuwa unahakikisha kuwa imedhibitishwa na watu waleta, watu wangu.
Sasa mimi naomba leo nikichotaka. Kwa sababu nasikia watu wakisafiri, wao wanaenda medical. Hiyo medical wananinyanyasa.
Dadangu, kuna medical mara mbili. Kuna medical ndogo na ile medical kubwa. Medical ndogo kwa mtu anafanya vipimo vya mimba na vipimo vya nini? Vya ukimwi. Sawa, ukienda kule kwingine kule medical nyingine utafanya full body check-up. Sawa? Yaani kama uko na magonjwa yoyote ama uko na any allergy, kitu kama hiyo. Sasa yule mwenye anasafiri akishamaliza ile check-up, mimi najaza ile form inaitwa attestation form ya employer, lakini sasa ndio employer yuko kama agent, mimi ndio na sign.
Sasa mimi naswali. Mfano huyu dadangu aende kule huko kwenye masiba waenda kupiga pandani apate shida. Atasaidikaje?
Dadangu usije shaka. Kule tuna namba inaitwa toll number ambayo ni free of charge. Ambayo ni 08002223. Na tena kama hizi kidole namba, kuna website anaweza ingia ya www.neaifs.go.ke na sababu
Afadhali pembe. Maana mimi nimeenda kutafuta huyo aje. Kumbe ni fake huyo. Sasa baba, pesa zangu wani.
Wewe, hizo information kwa mzito wapi?
Ngoja pesa zangu. Twende. Twende baba, twende angalau leo nikize kuku. Twende. Pesa zangu nakwambia.
Madam, mimi kwanza kusafiri tena.
Usidanganye na agent fake. Kuna agent original. Chungeni.
Chungeni makofi ya Kali artistic. Makofi yao tena. Asante sana. Watafuta kazi mko hapa kwa sababu yako. Waswahili wanasema bahari haivukwi kwa kuogelea. The ocean is not crossed by swimming. NEA is here. Make sure that you don't swim across the ocean. NEA is here with you. To the Director General, makofi yake tena tafadhali anapotuongoza. Karibu tena.
Thank you very much. I would like now to introduce Mr. John Lungata, who is our Regional Commissioner, to make his remarks. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Madam DG. The Honorable Simon Chelugoi, our CS for Labor, the Honorable Carla Jackson, our CAS in that ministry, Engineer Peter Toom, our Principal Secretary, my colleagues who are here, I can see the regional team is here, the county team. Mine is to simply say the following. I have not come on my own behalf today. I came to represent the PS in the Ministry of Interior and Citizen Services, Dr. Karanja Kibicho, who was not able to come. So, and because I don't have a speech, I will sit in and listen and then be able to brief him later. But sir, Manasias, I would want to say just a few things in relation to today's event.
Good to see you.
Kwanza ni kwamba karibuni sana wale ambao hawaishi hapa Mombasa ama Pwani, lakini ambao wamekuja kwa sababu ya shughuli hii ya leo. Tunahakikisha kwamba usalama upo, na kwamba hata kama tunafanya kampeni, shughuli yetu hapa itaendelea vyema bila matatizo yoyote. Na pia, you know, the coast region is a place that attracts many people who come here to look for jobs and also to use this as a platform to go across the oceans to get jobs elsewhere, especially in the Middle East. And we have had occasion to see what those young people have been able to demonstrate. And so today, as we sit in here with this security team, we would want to gather a lot of knowledge about how we can protect our job seekers as they leave Kenya for other countries, especially by weeding out the unscrupulous agents who every day post false information about jobs abroad here in Mombasa and other parts of the coast region. So most of those jobs that people talk about are in the cruise ships, sometimes in the entire shipping industry, in the fishing industry in other countries, Somalia, and also some of those recruitment agencies also tend to recruit for illegal groups, as you know. So I want to assure the CS that what comes out of this job fair, if it concerns us, we will deal with it as we normally do in our own way. At the same time, I'd want to maybe let Kenyans know that government is not just in the process of exporting jobs or finding jobs abroad for our young people. The government is also quite interested in creating jobs right here at home. And here in Mombasa, you know there's an upcoming special economic zone that will create jobs for our young people. You also know that the government is just about to complete the new Ronald Ngala Utalii College that will train our youth in hospitality skills and in the hotel industry. So the issue of our young people going abroad and returning with nothing will be complemented or nullified by the creation of this job. So in this fair, even as we talk about migration out of the country, you know, looking for jobs elsewhere, especially in Europe and in the Middle East, let's also see what jobs can be created right here in our own country, so that our skill levels rise, And our value also rises as we go looking for jobs. You know, if people know there are jobs at home where you come from, they will also give you a better job. But if they know that there's nothing where you come from, they'll give you what they think you deserve. And so with those remarks, therefore, I want to wish you a very fruitful discussion here, and assure you that we will be there with you until the very end. Should you have any inconvenience, don't hesitate to reach out to our police officers and the national government admin officers who are here. With those remarks, therefore, I want to ask you all to be upstanding so that we can welcome the PS, Engineer Peter Toom, to speak to us. Now, in our traditional mode, we will give him a clap. 1, Billy, karibu, Bwana PS.
He has a wealth of experience, having previously served as the Chief Executive Officer of Kenya Medical Training College and later on served as the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Health. Please welcome Ministry of Labour Principal Secretary Peter Toom.
Thank you very much, John, for your introductory remarks. Our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Labour, Honorable Simon Chelugui, EGH, the CIS, Ministry of Labour, Honorable Jackson Kala, the representative of the Governor, Mombasa County, in absentia, representatives of various ministries present here today, representative of the regional, in fact, the PS, my friend Dr. Kibicho, Engineer Kibicho, who is represented here by the Regional Commissioner John Elangata, Madam Jacqueline Mugo, CEO, FKE, Kotu representative present here, the representative of Mr. Wellington Chibebe, ILO, the representative of my friend Mohammed Abdika, the director, IOM, the national government administrative officers present here, members of the board, National Employment Authority, distinguished panelists, participants, employers, training institutions, staff of the Ministry of Labour, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I have been told to speak within 5 minutes because then the Cabinet Secretary, who is the chief guest, should be given more time to air his remarks on our national TV. So I am delighted to join you here today as we launch the national job fairs in this coastal city of Mombasa. And thank you, Waziri, for having given us this opportunity for, if nothing else, to showcase what we've been doing in the ministry insofar as that space of employment and recruitment is concerned through our very able agency, National Employment Authority. Employment services form a core pillar in labor markets worldwide, especially in linking job seekers with employment opportunities, and that's helping to alleviate the challenges of unemployment. Many countries across the world have designed and implemented both public and private employment services, which have played a key role in keeping unemployment figures low, while providing critical information to policymakers for improved design of employment policies and programs. And as we sit here today, CS, we are speaking to 3 areas in employment. The first is to sensitize the prospective job seekers on the ability within government that can be able to provide for them employment locally and abroad. And therefore, we are speaking to the space of orderly labor migration, as well as information on the jobs that are available here. When we walked around to see for ourselves what was being showcased today, you realize, Waziri, Kenya is full of talent. How do we get this talent? This is what this forum is seeking to sensitize all of us on. I.e., we will be sensitizing ourselves on those who are providing training and skills, not talent for this matter, or unleashing that talent that we have in ourselves. And when you look at our training institutions, they are formed to satisfy that market. We are also looking to sensitize people on how we can be able, as job seekers, to know what kind of opportunities are available to us both locally and internationally. And we also seek to understand the processes and procedures of identifying these opportunities. And I want to thank you for having allowed this to happen. This idea has been in incubation for quite some time, and thanks to the partners that have really assisted us to make it a reality now. And Waziri, this is the first of more job fairs that will be undertaken regionally. And I want to thank the Regional Commissioner for having provided the right environment for us to sit and begin this journey that will be cascaded in the 8 regions of this country. Private employment agencies are also participating in this sitting by CS. And probably my expectation after this sitting will be for them to be able to understand their roles in the whole mix of this employment space. And for that reason, the Ministry of Labor, as you're all aware, has been trying to put in place policies and legislation that will ensure that within this country and elsewhere, we will have safe, orderly, and profitable labor migration going forward. And yesterday we had a meeting with the PS, Dr. Kibicho, and the rest of them that are in this space, interagency. And we are coming up with policies that will ensure there is safety for those that will be traveling out of this country to the GCC countries. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, as we have witnessed in the recent past, some of the private employment agencies, especially those involved in labor migration, have not been up to the task. A small group of agencies continue to engage in unethical recruitment, which has exposed our migrant workers to abuse and ill treatment. The likes of what we saw in the skit, the 4 Stars Recruitment Agency, which is fake. Let me bring to you bad news today. We are coming for you. And this forum will act as a sensitization forum to assure you that the government is on the lookout. And we are coming for you. We put in place legislative mechanisms that will ensure that once we get hold of you, you will not escape the law. Are we together? There are also, like the 4 Stars agencies, people who operate outside the ambits of the law. That's abetting irregular and harmful labor migration. It is therefore not surprising that most migrant workers in distress abroad are those who have used irregular channels of migration. Such workers are often fearful of reporting their cases to the authorities, which further worsens their situations. That is why we are sitting here today, to sensitize you, so that if you decide personally to be recruited by an agency that is not registered, then you should not blame anybody. Let me take this opportunity, therefore, to wish all Kenyans to use employment agencies in search of jobs, both locally and abroad, that have been registered by the National Employment Authority. And like you are told, a full list of the registered agencies can be accessed through that website that you've been told. Ladies and gentlemen, I am informed that a colorful and informative roadshow was held in this coastal city on Sunday to mark the commencement of activities towards today's launch. I'm also informed that we have numerous participants ranging from employers, training institutions, government agencies who are exhibiting products and services, and we've seen them, that they offer to the labor market. I am also further informed that we will be having a panel discussions during this job fair, which will involve various experts on different employment-related topics. I note with great satisfaction that the panelists include top public servants, distinguished members of academia, experts from top policy think tanks in the country, labor and employment policy practitioners, as well as heads of various state corporations. I hope in this discussion we will come up with very fruitful engagements that would then shape that space of labor migration. And Waziri, just to remind ourselves here again, we have lots of information that we have in NEA. But I think we have just refused to mine that information by ourselves. And I wish to take this opportunity to ask CAPER and ASMAC to rein in on the employment of members of their organizations, i.e. the private employment agencies, to play by the law. We also want to tell prospective job seekers that we have institutions, like I said earlier, that will improve on your skill, so that by the time you are leaving the country or you are getting employed, you have the right skill that is marketable. So just don't sit. Information is available in there. We have training institutions under your ministry, Waziri, that are giving such skills. That is NITA, National Industrial Training Authority. And like you've directed, they are also recognizing prior learning. And this is information that should be put on the website of NEA so that they can be able to link you to the jobs that are available locally and elsewhere. A few weeks ago, I was looking for a plumber in my rural home. And those that I found did not have the necessary skills to be able to fix my water. So I had to come all the way to Nairobi to get that one that is well qualified. And somebody mentioned to me that that person was retrained in NITA. And let me tell you, Waziri, I have no problem now with my water in the rural country. So these opportunities are available. And I want to thank the board of NEA for having sat and realized that we need to sensitize ourselves on what we have and what we can be able to give. I'm hopeful that at the end of the presentations and consequent discussions, we will have recommendations and proposals which can be implemented as we pursue our common goal of creating job opportunities for all. At the very least, I look forward to a thought-provoking ideas which can spur our policymakers into designing and implementing relevant and responsive employment policies and programs for Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time. As I conclude, I want just to mention that as we embark in this launch, I wish that we all engage productively, and I'm hopeful that this and other upcoming job fairs will be beneficial to you in whichever capacity or role you play in the labor market. With these very few remarks, let me take this opportunity to welcome, oh, thank you, he's come, to welcome the Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Labor, Honorable Jackson Kala, to make his remarks, and in turn welcome the Cabinet Secretary to deliver his keynote address. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Honorable Simon Chelungui, the PS, Engineer Peter Tum, the Ministry of Labor, the Regional Commissioner, Coast Region, Dr. John Elungata. I hope that is the correct name. Madam, my land senior, Madam Jacqueline Mugo, the CEO FKE and also a member of the NEA board. ILO country representative Haida Awel, IOM deputy chief of mission, is it Gulea something? NEA board members, the DG, Edith Okoki, Winnie Karegethi, Director, Ministry of Labor, Ministry staff, ladies and gentlemen. Afternoon, is it noon already? Or is still morning? My role this morning is to welcome our chief guest to speak to us. However, before I do that, kindly allow me to make a few remarks. As a country, we have invested in skills training among the youth. Now it's time to create an enabling environment for job creation. Through this trade fair, we will be able to to interact with different players in the job market and get to know what their real needs are and how best to address these needs. You'll excuse me, I'm having some challenge with the light, but I will manage. Availability of information allows people to make informed decisions, while a lot of information is available in our country. Most of this information is domiciled in silos and is not therefore useful to majority of Kenyans who need such information. This job fair has been organized by National Employment Authority, is a great initiative towards breaking information silos existing in our labor market. By bringing different players in the labor market together, we have created an opportunity for different users of labor market information to interact and learn from one another, and hence appreciate what is happening in our labor market. For example, there are many job portals where youth can log in and get job opportunities. However, most youth may not be aware. By attending this job fair, you will have an opportunity to learn different job searching techniques. Waziri, it is my hope that through this job fair, potential job seekers will get an opportunity to learn key job-seeking techniques, like how to prepare a CV that sells, how to prepare for an interview, and how to answer questions during such interviews. These simple topics, when delivered by employers themselves, will give invaluable skills to potential job seekers, something which does not happen regularly. As we build better after the devastating effects of COVID-19, different players in the labor market will showcase what the new world of work looks like and offer an opportunity to new entrants into the labor market to know that the labor market expectations are in new dispensation. My belief is that this is just the first job fair in a series of many other such fairs to be organized countrywide. I encourage NEA to build strong partnership with employers who can then organize for these kind of engagements with universities and other learning institutions to introduce students to the real world of work long before they exit from their training institutions. Finally, let me mention that NEA has done well in organizing this job fair. Let me encourage you to soldier on by creating value for your services, and soon you will have many employers wanting to partner and sponsor such fairs. I want to thank ILO and IOM, of course, for the partnership and the sponsorship, and encourage NEA to keep up the good work. DG, this is quite amazing. You did quite well, and honestly, we didn't expect such a very well-organized fair. The play that we've been shown here is actually, the message is actually very simple, delivered in simple techniques, in simple language, and actually should be able to reach so many people. How I wish that now you can pick up maybe some of these plays and broadcast them. They'll be able to disseminate information to our youth and very many other people. And by so doing, you'll also be creating some jobs, even for those youngsters who actually participated in that drama. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular duty to invite our chief guest today, CAS Simon Chelungui, to address us. Kindly, may we be upstanding?
He has over 20 years' work experience in corporate governance, policy formulation, monitoring and reviewing, implementation and technical policies, and has worked directly with different government institutions. He was vested with the Elder of Golden Heart Presidential Award for his outstanding stewardship and service. Please welcome Ministry of Labour Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Simon Chelungui.
You can take your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, the organizers of this job fair, specifically National Employment Authority, the board, and its DG, who have done a good job. I think we went round this morning, visited some stands there. We have trainers, we have agencies, we have institutions of government and private company employers who have participated in this forum. And I think we are all delighted. We are very happy about it. And maybe to pick from where the CAS left, the play that we've just witnessed or we've just seen a few minutes ago, actually is the way to go. We've been dealing. We are here because we have a challenge we are trying to solve. We're trying to sort out. And we can only do this in partnership with the community through simple messages that can relate with the people and be able to overcome. Some of this can be some of the challenges we are dealing with can actually be managed through community participation, including what we've just seen. So I want to thank you, Nea, for such a wonderful organization. So I want to begin by acknowledging the presence of our CAS, Bwana Jackson Kala, Engineer Peter Tum, our PS, our Regional Commissioner and friend, Dr. John Elungata, Madam Jacqueline Mugo, FKE CEO, and also the ILO Country Director Representative, who is Madam Aido Awe, and IOM Deputy Chief of Mission, Emra Gula, the NEA Board of Directors, our DG have mentioned, our heads of department, ministry staff, NEA staff, invited guests, the media, and those who are joining us virtually, good afternoon. I am delighted to join you all this morning as we interact with members of this sector in the labor market through this job fair organized by National Employment Authority, which is themed towards self-reliance and decent job opportunities. Labor is one of the most critical factors of production and plays a central role in economic growth of any economy. And in an economy like ours, having decent job is what most youth seek for, because it offers them an exit from poverty and ticket to better life. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Labor mission is promotion of decent work, skills, development, and sustainable job creation. To achieve this mission, the ministry is expected to develop and implement employment policies, programs, and strategies, a role which the ministry has partly delegated to its agencies like National Employment Authority and National Industrial Training Authority. In the implementation of this mandate, NEA is expected to provide comprehensive institutional framework for employment management, enhance employment promotion interventions, and also enhance access of employment by our youth, minorities, and marginalized groups. I note that since NEA board was fully constituted last year, they have played this role rather well. And I want to thank the entire board and the management by their acting Director General, Madam Edith Okoki, for the efforts you have put in place to create visibility of this new saga. It is every parent's dream and prayer that upon graduation, and you saw this in the play we watched, that their children will be easily absorbed in the labor market. And so unemployment or underemployment is one of the most challenging social issue in our country and maybe in the region. And it's for that reason that we are giving this fair the highest consideration it deserves. It is something that we need to collectively, as a country, address. This is something that can stabilize our nation, grow our country, and build the future generation if we address. And I am happy with the comments of our regional commissioner, Dr. Elungata, that as we focus on foreign jobs, we should also look inwards on the opportunities, what we can create, what we can generate locally, so that we can save our young people from destitution or poverty. In particular, in the last 10 years, our government has implemented a number of strategies meant to create a better investment climate in the country, hence creating an enabling environment for employment creation. Some of these opportunities have come because of investment by national government and even our devolved system, the county government. We now have many civil and road works, investment in water, investment in roads, investment in our port, our railway system. All these are opportunities, internal opportunities in our country. So as we look forward to other jobs elsewhere, to cover extra graduates from our education system, it is also important that we take care of jobs within home. Some of these strategies include reduction in cost of living or cost of doing business, expanded democratic space, which has kept political risk low, improved governance, simplification of business registration processes. Young men can walk today to business registration center in the Attorney General's office, and in a walk-in, walk-out, they can come up with their certificate of incorporation. All this facilitation national government is doing to ensure we give our young people opportunities. We have also simplification of business registration, improvement in physical infrastructure that I've mentioned, and these are enablers of business. When we have a good road in Mombasa, Dongokundu, Malindi, Mombasa, and the rest of the country, these are all facilitators of business and employment. The last mile connectivity, promotion of science, technology, and innovations, and improved ICT. I don't think there is any county in Kenya now without ICT connectivity or interconnectivity. And all these are enablers to our local jobs and business opportunities for our young people. The government has also enhanced the affirmative action funds such as UWESO Fund, the Women Enterprise Fund, and initiatives such as access to government procurement opportunities. And as we went round, we managed to see 2 young men who are supported by Youth Fund, who have become employers. One of them is employing 10 young people, others are employing 15 people. And these are cases that we need to profile so that as we do job fairs, we are not just looking at the big employers, we also look at our own, the coming, the young, the SMEs. This is where we have the highest number of jobs. In Kenya, we have 18 million jobs. 3 million are formal, me and most of you. The other 15 million are informal. And some of these big corporates started as young, as small as the ones we saw this morning. At the Ministry of Labor, the government enhanced the capacity of NITA to offer relevant industrial skills training and encourage industrial collaboration through curriculum development. And this we have achieved through partnership with the Ministry of Education and recognition of prior learning amongst our young people. I went down about a year ago to NITA in Mombasa here and found many people, many young people and even average age people who have been doing a lot of things out there, but no benefit of certification. Even when they go abroad without certification, they don't attract the good jobs. They don't get, even their welfare, their pay is not comparable or commensurate to other workers from other countries. And so NITA is trying to certify skills, knowledge of our people so that as they look for jobs here at home and abroad, we are able to classify. And when I talk of certificates, I know we've come from, we've been treated to a lot of drama in the country in the last 1 month on the kind of certificates that people are carrying. Some of our people we thought have gone to school, we've just learned later that we are carrying certificates which we may not be able to recognize or verify. So what NITA does for such people, including those who are carrying those certificates, they recognize prior learning. So if you came with your certificate, you will go to NITA with your skill, and they will evaluate the entry level of your crate, and they begin to improve. And as you progress, you go on until you become a certified technician. At the Ministry of Labor, the government also enhanced data collection to identify skills needs in the ministry, promoted productivity practices, and I know the Director of National Productivity is with us, strengthened social dialogue through tripartism, promoted the need for investing in occupational safety and health, strengthened the capacity of NEA to provide employment services through online job seekers, registration and placement of job seekers both in local and foreign market. We've supported NEA. They are almost completing their headquarters in Kabete, and also establishment of the job centers regionally. And all this will enhance access to information and also support by National Employment Authority. While the government has done a lot to promote the decent work, lack of timely, reliable, and up-to-date labor market information has sometimes hampered these efforts. It's on this backdrop that the Ministry of Labor, through National Employment Authority, planned these job fairs. And I really want to personally thank you, DG and your board of directors, for this fair. I wish we had done it 2 years ago, but I don't blame you, because we could not congregate like this because of COVID protocols. But even then, we've not lost much. We can still salvage and move on. I appreciate the searching for job is normally very frustrating for most job seekers, especially when they do not know where to start. Let me therefore encourage all job seekers to register themselves through NEAMI's online job seekers portal. This will give you an opportunity to see all available jobs. And we are equally encouraging employers, both big and small, to advertise their opportunities, job opportunities, through NEA-MIS portal. Because through this, we have made provision for free interview space in our offices. So any employer, small or big, who wishes to conduct interviews, there is a provision for space in our NEA offices. And we have officers who can facilitate that, so that we have an interaction between job seekers and employers. Let me also bring to your attention that NEA has established employment promotion centers at the county level. Let me encourage all employers to take advantage of these employment promotion centers to advertise available vacancies through NEA online. Through this portal, you will attract job seekers from all corners of our country. I also want to encourage employers to use that service. Let me also encourage employers to use the online NEA-MIS to file your employment return. A number of employers are expected, or rather, NEA by law is expected to receive and record employment opportunities returns every year. Very few companies, very few employers have done so. And I think NEA should be able to convene a similar conference with all human resource companies so that we can be able to track the growth in employment. We can be able to give proper, accurate statistics on the employment rate and levels every year. We normally rely on Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, who conduct their survey using estimates, sometimes using questionnaires. But through these returns, we will be able to know how many formal jobs were created in our country, both public and private. As I conclude, let me also now inform you that as a ministry, we've journeyed together with many partners, IOM and ILO, and I want to appreciate. Last year, we were able to caucus and pitched for election of the first African Director General of ILO. And we sat in many forums, in Djibouti, in Kigali, in Dar es Salaam, in Arusha, in Botswana. And we consolidated our African vote, and we got the first DG from Africa. It is through this new DG that many conventions of higher law will be discussed, focusing on Africa. And in the last engagement we had in Geneva, I had a courtesy call to the new DG. And they has asked us to come up with an African position and Kenyan position on issues that we want to push at the international level. So this is an opportunity for us, and we believe we'll be able to prevail on countries that still abuse workers, countries that still undermine the welfare and the rights of workers who are providing service. We are offering service to other people, whether it is domestic work, whether it's skill and skill. That is a service, and that service needs to be respected, paid for, and taken care of. There are people who still don't recognize that. Through ILO, we will be able to rein in at international level on countries that abuse our people. This is a challenge we've been dealing with. This is a national issue. I have been summoned severally to Senate and Parliament, and it is a concern among us Kenyans, where our people have lost lives. Some have even been humiliated, some have been abused. And all these efforts that we are doing today is to bring out the issues that we deal with on a daily basis and sensitize our Kenyan people on how to conduct themselves, how to engage with private employers, agencies, how to identify a good agency and the process involved. It is our wish as government that all Kenyans who desire, who wishes to travel, who are seeking for jobs abroad, to use established processes, to use established agencies. You have to go through a license, a registered agency. This registration is not a gate to collect fees per year. It is a process that checks the integrity, the honesty, and also to ensure that that agency continuously comply with the set out rules and regulations. They must know where you are going. They must know the employer on the other side. They must partner with an agency on the other side so that the movement from Kenya to that destination country is as smooth as possible. We look forward to a day when employers here in Kenya, private employers agency, will be able to coordinate online with private agencies abroad, and they will be able to track our Kenyan workers almost online, almost spot on, to know where they are and where they are, how the welfare is. Recently, the government of Kenya, I want to thank the President for listening and appreciating the work of private employer agencies, the work of the Ministry of Labor, and providing, through a budgetary provision, allocation to establish safe homes. And we are going to begin by identifying, surveying for that safe home in Saudi Arabia. We will start with Saudi Arabia and we will go to other areas so that any Kenyan who is in distress or loses his job can actually move to that safe home. We are now looking at the mechanics of operationalizing that home, which may include the insurance that we pay at the pre-departure moment, and also through a minimum fee that will be charged to private employment agencies or the worker himself, contributing to the sustenance of safe home. Lastly, last year we did travel with the President to United Kingdom, and we signed a memorandum of understanding with the United Kingdom for provision of 20,000 nurses. Yesterday, we were able to flag out the first cohort of nurses to go to United Kingdom to work with NHS. It is my hope that with this first cohort, we have now built a capacity to go through the processes, the test involved, and be able to transition to United Kingdom and many other countries. Our focus, as we deal with the issues of low-skilled and under-skilled Kenyans who are seeking for jobs abroad, we are also opening a new window for the skilled workers in medical workers, aviation sector, technical services, which are skills in demand, in high demand abroad. I heard my sister Jacqueline Mugo tell us that the population of workers in Europe is beyond 60 years. You find a bus driver struggling to turn a bus steer at 60. And we are very young, energetic men here. People who are the pilots operating the railway system and the trains in those countries. So we need to build partnership with our training institutions, our schools, our colleges, and I'm happy Kenyatta University is part of this job fair. I want to encourage all training institutions in Kenya to partner with the National Employment Authority so that as NEA surveys for skills gaps in the world, we are able to generate through our curriculum from our training institutions, our TVETs, our polytechnics, our universities, our colleges, teachers training colleges, medical training colleges, the Utalii College, all the hospitality training institutions, all these institutions, we can even train for export, not necessarily for our domestic market. Our nurses can be trained on the language, German language, and also their skill in nursing. And we can export to Germany, specifically trained students. So all this, if we partner together, we have a whole setup, a one-stop shop for all this, both locally and even abroad. I know many people have been arguing that we are pushing for export of labor and keeping quiet on opportunities at home. We are not, as government, we are not, we don't sit and plan to export a certain group of people and leave opportunities for other people. We only facilitate those who wish to go abroad. We ensure they have a smooth, orderly, safe transition to those opportunities they are seeking. So I want to conclude. I wish you fruitful interactions, and through this job fair, the Ministry of Labor and National Employment Authority aims at bringing various players in the labor market together to dialogue on the best approaches in addressing the problem of youth unemployment, besides increasing awareness on available job opportunities. And I'm aware, and I'm happy that the Ministry of Interior, represented here by the Regional Commissioner and the Ngao team and the Interior team, the Immigration Department, and all the agencies in OB who work with us, together with Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we need to come together so that we sort out this issue of labor migration. It's an opportunity for us to transfer skills to those countries we are going, and it's also an opportunity for our people when they return and reintegrate with our society. They transfer knowledge, they bring remittances, they bring skills from those countries, and that is how we will move our country forward faster. I'm imagining a nurse who left yesterday to work with NHS UK. After 6 years, will be placed in Kenyatta Hospital, Mombasa Hospital, in Murang'a Hospital, and they will be bringing another level of service on nursing, which is learned, transferred from UK. That is how we will be able to progress our service delivery as a government, or as a country. The Ministry and NEA also plans to share challenges associated with labor migration management and to share the efforts which the government has put in place to ensure ethical recruitment process by private employment recruitment agencies, and also put in mechanisms to enhance protection of Kenyan migrant workers. Let me also mention that our government recognizes that our economy is not creating enough jobs fast to absorb the large number of youths graduating every year. And it's for that reason that Labour is supporting a well-managed migration process because of socio-economic benefits it brings to our country. Even as we promote labor migration, we are not oblivious of the challenges experienced in some destination countries. However, our government has put in place measures to ensure Kenyans wishing to migrate to other countries are assured of their protection in line with an international convention and standards. We came up with an initiative 2 years ago, Regional Ministerial Forum, which I chaired for 2 years, and we've just handed over to the Minister of Labor in Ethiopia. And through this regional forum, we are able to come together as a source country for domestic workers and skilled labor. And we are pushing, we want to engage as a region our destination markets, more so the Middle East countries where we've had challenges. We believe that Ethiopia will not drop the baton and they will keep the eyes on the ball so that we minimize the kind of challenges we are going through. I know it's been a big issue here, Regional Commissioner, along the coast, and we work together. We don't want to kill the sector, we want to facilitate the sector, but ensure the safety of our people comes first. Lastly, as we think about strategies to reduce youth unemployment, I want to challenge NEA, a National Human Resource Planning Development, to come up with career navigator. Most students in our country choose their career very late in life, mostly at the Form 3 or Form 4. For most of them, the joys of university is just a routine activity before sitting for their national exam, and mostly my thought is not put in it. Going forward, we would hope to start engaging with students at secondary schools for partnering with employers so that we can start having career fairs in schools. This will help students immediately they join secondary school to start engaging with the industry players to help them shape their career choices. This will also help to broaden the horizons of most students by interacting directly with industry players. Finally, it is my hope that National Employment Authority will document success stories from the first job fair and use it as a learning curve for other upcoming job fairs. Not just in Kenya, not just in our regions. I look forward to many fairs in Nakuru, in Eldoret, in Kisumu, in Nairobi, and even in Garissa, where we showcase some of this and bring all the players in one room like this. But not just in Kenya, including our destination countries. We need to bring the training institutions in a job fair abroad so that we can showcase our skills. We have we have 317 certified teachers in Kenya, 1,000, who are in need of jobs. I saw that from the Teacher Service Commission strategic plan. We have 30,000 nurses who have graduated from medical training colleges who are not on post. We have many aviation experts, hospitality experts who have gone through Utalii College and they have not been placed. So through these job fairs abroad, we could be able to profile our ability, our skills as a country in those destination markets so that we begin to choose the right jobs as opposed to them just picking and us just falling for anything. When you watch that show by those young people, you realize the real life. You begin to feel the kind of challenges our people go through every day. So it's my belief that going forward, thousands of prospective job seekers will attend future job fairs for career talks and hope that some of the employers may also take advantage of these job fairs to directly recruit and interview job seekers. So I think with those many remarks, nataka kuwashukuru na kuwatakia heri wale wote ambao wamehusika katika hii kongamano. Tunawashukuru na pia kuwashukuru NEA kwa hiyo kazi wamefanya, na tunaomba kwamba wataweza kufanya hii kongamano kule Nairobi, Mombasa, na kule bara, mnaita bara, kule Kisumu, Eldoret, Garissa, ili Wakenya waweze kupata kuelewa ni nini na tunafanya, ni mpango gani na taratibu gani tunatumia wakati tunaposaidia Wakenya ambao wamepata nafasi ya kazi kule ughaibuni. Kwa haya mengi na machache, nataka kuwashukuru. Mungu awabariki.
Sana. Excellent.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. To appreciate our guests this session, I would like to request Madam Joyce Mwale to come up. And I would also request Mwakazi to take over.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to our chief guest, CS, Ministry of Labor, Honorable Simon Chelugui. Right now we want to celebrate all the speakers, and we will start from the top. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start with Madam Jacqueline Mugo. A big round of applause to Madam Jacqueline Mugo, Executive Director, Federation of Kenya Employers. A big round of applause even as she receives that token of appreciation. Thank you so much indeed. Makofi tafadhali. All right, next on line, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Miss Ida Awel. A big round of applause, Ms. Ida Awel, Chief Technical Officer, ILO. Please welcome as we appreciate you. Ms. Ida, okay. In absentia, we receive that. Thank you so much. Next on line, we'd kindly call upon, we have a representative. We have Imra Gula, Deputy Chief of Mission. Makofi yake tafadhali, IOM. Thank you so much for coming. Asante sana. Asante. And next on line, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the Principal Secretary. Makofi tafadhali to Engineer Peter Toom. Asante sana. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, engineer. We celebrate you. Thank you so much. And I understand, Miss Ida, are you here? Miss Ida, welcome, welcome. Let's appreciate once again Miss Ida Awel. Chief Technical Officer, ILO. Thank you so much for your support. Makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Next on line, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the CAS, Honorable Jackson Kala. Makofi yake tafadhali. Asante sana. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a gift of appreciation to the Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Labor. Makofi tafadhali, Honorable Jackson Kala. Asante sana. And ladies and gentlemen, finally, let's celebrate our chief guest. A big round of applause to the CS, Ministry of Labor, Honorable Simon Chelugui. Let's all be upstanding as we celebrate our chief guest. Makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. We celebrate all of you. Thank you so much indeed for coming. Asante sana. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are closing. Quick instructions, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, We're going to allow the chief guest and his delegation to leave. We'll have a media brief with that delegation outside. In the meantime, for the rest of us, once they leave, we'll take a quick health break. Then we come back to close before lunch. 20 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's appreciate the chief guest as he leaves with his delegation. I'd kindly request Ms. Mwale please guide the CS and his delegation. Makofi out of Alali as they leave. Asante sana. Well, we'll now take a break, 20-minute break. We come back, we close before lunch. We have a hashtag, ladies and gentlemen, Job Fair 2022. Asanteni sana kwa kuja, tupatane hapa saa 7 kamili tuweze kuendelea. Health break just outside. We have a tent and some refreshments for you. 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear Nisab.
Which effectively provided the legal framework and mandates of its operations. The National Employment Authority, NEA, was established in April 2016 by an Act of Parliament, the National Employment Authority Act 2016, which effectively provided the legal framework and mandates for its operations. The authority advises, formulates and implements employment policies and strategies at both national and county levels. The key mandates are registration of Kenyans seeking employment, linking job seekers with job opportunities, assisting employers to acquire workers with appropriate skill sets, provision of labor market information, especially in employment matters, provision of occupational and vocational guidance and counseling, provision of advisory services on policy issues touching on employment, and registering employers in Kenya. The authority offers the following services with regards to the internship program: developing internship policies and programs, developing standards for effective implementation of internship programs, maintaining a database on available internship opportunities from employers, sharing information on internship programs, developing internship placement guidelines, guiding and counseling graduates on internship matters, and monitoring internship programs offered to foreign graduates. The authority is also responsible for registering and regulating private employment agencies, providing information on registered employment agencies, and inspection of private employment agencies to ensure compliance. With regards to management of foreign employment, the authority is responsible for facilitating the placement of job seekers in international jobs, ensuring implementation of pre-departure training, verifying foreign job offers, verifying availability, terms and conditions of the jobs advertised, investigating contract breaches and issues that are likely to interfere or terminate employment contract, promoting and protecting of Kenyan labor migrants and their welfare, and collecting labor market information and maintaining database of Kenyan nationals working in other countries. The National Employment Authority, in collaboration with ILO, has fully embraced reintegration of migrant workers by setting up a Migrant Resource Center, which is a one-stop shop for migrant workers to seek the relevant information about labor migration. This has gone a long way in facilitating easy access to labor migration information through the Migrant Resource Center, MRC, to potential migrant workers and returnee migrants.
I went to Afghanistan in 2009, December. I worked there as a hospitality, the U.S. military contractor, for a period of 4 years. I came back again and then joined back to Afghanistan until 2020. I've done hotel and diploma management from Penn Foster College. I did it when I was in a cruise ship. I did also an online one. I was working as storekeeper, and then followed by a pool outside the country. First of all, the requirements that you need, most important requirements, passport, valid passport. And nowadays, they're insisting about the new passport. The second thing, you must ensure that you have a work permit. Before you travel, you have a work permit. Okay. Another thing that you need to have is the medical. That they'll give you the
recruiter or the notification that you are going to be licensed. And we are glad now NAIA has even put that space that for us to accredit you, come with a certificate from a certified association of recruiters. Challenges will always be there. They have been there even in the past related to Ministry of Labor. Now, what we have done is try to solve that issue with your partner agent on the other side. If you are not agreeing or it's becoming a challenge for you, we have a form that you fill. You give us the girls' contract. You give us the contact there. They have also spread themselves in the many cities where Kenyans are. So we reach out to them and tell them, maybe this agent or this employee is being difficult. Please make this call. Also, we see that distress to our embassy attaché and the ambassador. We are having this distress in this office. They are being difficult, or this and this is happening. So we are actually appreciating these small milestones and the support we are getting from the government through our foreign missions and all those other Kenyans that work there. We have seen this benefit. I am a beneficiary. How am I a beneficiary? I'm the first person that has been employed by the labor migration because I own an agency. I pay myself from the work I do, the commissions I'm paid, because remember these licenses are renewable. Every agent...
Towards this end, the authority enhanced coordination of pre-departure training and orientation program for outbound migrants in order to acquaint them with requisite knowledge and skills to cope with the labor environment in the destination countries.
This is one of the institutions that is offering the home care curriculum. This curriculum was developed in the year 2018. At the time, I think there were a lot of calls for the government to develop a curriculum that can answer to the challenges of the workers in the home care industry in Kenya. Some of the areas of training for this curriculum are housekeeping, laundry work, childcare, cookery, household waste disposal, introduction to home nursing, pre-departure and life skills. As for housekeeping, the students are being exposed to modern housekeeping methods. So these students are taught how to make beds, the modern bed. They are taught how to do hooving of carpets. They are taught how to clean surfaces, different surfaces, and the like. Under laundry work, the students are being exposed to how to handle garments, how to use modern machines like washing machines, the irons, the iron boxes, and many other equipments that are necessary in laundry work. The home care management course is a very versatile course. It enables the trainees not only to work in households, but also in other institutions like children homes, restaurants, accommodation areas, like hostels. Students can also work in the offices where we need staff to make a cup of tea, to do cleaning, so they can also join the corporate sector. So it's a very, very versatile course, and it is a very marketable course, and not just here in Kenya, but also outside the country.
Bilateral labor agreements, BLAs, have emerged as important instruments in protection of migrant workers. Towards this end, Kenya has signed bilateral labor agreements with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, State of Qatar, United Arab Emirates, and the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The agreement signed earlier being reviewed to accord more protection to migrant workers, improve terms and conditions of service, enhance protection of Kenyans working abroad, and increase the cadres of skilled and professional workers covered by the agreement. As part of its commitment for continuous improvement, better performance, and improved customer satisfaction, the National Employment Authority, NEA, developed the National Employment Authority Integrated Management System to provide through an effective approach the much-needed services to stakeholders in an efficient and effective way. The services offered include registration of job seekers, registration of employers, registration of private recruitment agencies, PRAs, emergency distress reporting for migrant workers, linking job seekers and employers, and providing information on registered private recruitment agencies. Additionally, the authority, in collaboration with the International Organization for Migration, IOM, developed and launched a Kenya Labor Migration Information website to complement the existing informational platforms. The website is a source of credible, factual, and reliable information for prospective Kenyan migrant workers seeking employment in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and the State of Qatar. The National Employment Authority, NEA, was established in April 2016 by an Act of Parliament, the National Employment Authority Act 2016, which effectively provided the legal framework and mandates of its operations. The authority advises, formulates, and implements employment policies and strategies at both national and county levels. The key mandates are registration of Kenyans seeking employment, linking job seekers with job opportunities, assisting employers to acquire workers with appropriate skill sets, provision of labor market information, especially in employment matters, provision of occupational and vocational guidance and counseling, provision of advisory services on policy issues touching on employment, and registering employers in Kenya. The authority offers the following services with regards to the internship program: developing internship policies and programs, developing standards for effective implementation of internship programs, maintaining a database on available internship opportunities from employers, sharing information on internship programs, developing internship placement guidelines, guiding and counseling graduates on internship matters, and monitoring internship programs offered to foreign graduates. The authority is also responsible for registering and regulating private employment agencies, providing information on registered employment agencies, and inspection of private employment agencies to ensure compliance. With regards to management of foreign employment, the authority is responsible for facilitating the placement of job seekers in international jobs, ensuring implementation of pre-departure training, verifying foreign job offers, verifying availability, terms and conditions of the jobs advertised, investigating contract breaches and issues that are likely to interfere or terminate employment contract, promoting and protecting of Kenyan labor migrants and their welfare, and collecting labor market information and maintaining database of Kenyan nationals working in other countries. The National Employment Authority, in collaboration with ILO, has fully embraced reintegration of migrant workers by setting up a Migrant Resource Center, which is a one-stop shop for migrant workers to seek the relevant information about labor migration. This has gone a long way in facilitating easy access to labor migration information through the Migrant Resource Center, MRC, to potential migrant workers and returnee migrants.
I went to Afghanistan in 2009, December. I worked there as a hospitality, the U.S. military contractor, for a period of 4 years. I came back again and then joined back to Afghanistan until 2020. I've done hotel and diploma management from Penn Foster College. I did it when I was in a cruise ship. I did also an online one. I was working as storekeeper, and then followed by a pool attendant. To those people who want to go outside the country, first of all, the requirements that you need, most important requirements, passport, valid passport. And nowadays, they're insisting about the new passport. The second thing, you must ensure that you have a work permit. Before you travel, you have a work permit. Okay. Another thing that you need to have is the medical, because depending the contractor that they are giving job or the agency, they have to insist a lot on medical. Then, after that, they'll give you the travel documents and all those kind of things, and then the contract. You sign the contract, and make sure you sign the proper contract before you leave the country.
To enhance safe, orderly and humane labor migration, Kenya developed regulations on foreign employment in 2016. The authority has also streamlined registration and operations of private recruitment agencies, PRAs, by applying strict measures in the vetting and accreditation process. NEA has also enhanced the capacity of recruitment agencies in undertaking ethical recruitment through trainings. The authority also developed a monitoring and feedback mechanism to monitor the operations of the agencies and hold them accountable to the workers recruited.
You have a constitution and a code of conduct that each member, when you come on board, you are issued a license. Of course, before you come to us to issue you a SMAC license, you have to come with either a license from NEA that you are a recruiter or the notification that you are going to be licensed. And we are glad now NEA has even put that space that for us to accredit you, come with a certificate from a certified association of recruiters. Challenges will always be there. They have been there even in the past. And now we are glad that we have a structure. And we have NEA. Before we never used even to have NEA. We were just affiliated to Ministry of Labor. Now, what we have done as SMAC to try and mitigate some of those distress cases and how to handle them, because we receive them on daily basis, including even death cases. We receive them on every single day. There is a distress somewhere. You as a Kenyan agent now, what do you do? First, we tell you as our member, try to solve that issue with your partner agent on the other side. If you are not agreeing, or it's becoming a challenge for you, we have a form that you fill. You give us the girl's contract. You give us the contact. That girl's contract, of course, has the contact of the employer, has the contact of the office, and even the location. So us, when it reaches to us on the domestic desk as ASMA, we have people on the other end, that team that we work with, our diaspora team, who are there, based there. They have also spread themselves in the many cities where Kenyans are. So we reach out to them and tell them, maybe this agent or this employee is being difficult. Please make this call. Also, we see that distress to our embassy in Riyadh and tell them, tell our labor attaché and the ambassador, we are having this distress in this office, they are being difficult, or this and this is happening. So we are actually appreciating these small milestones and the support we are getting from the government through our foreign missions and all those other Kenyans that work there. We have seen this benefit. I am a beneficiary. How am I a beneficiary? I'm the first person that has been employed by the labor migration because I own an agency. I pay myself from the work I do, the commissions I'm paid, because remember these licenses are renewable. Every agent has a minimum of 6 employees.
The authority remains committed to equipping the workforce with the skills required in the labor markets. Towards this end, the authority enhanced coordination of pre-departure training and orientation program for outbound migrants in order to equip them with requisite knowledge and skills to cope with the labor environment in the destination countries.
This is one of the institutions that is offering the home care curriculum. This curriculum was developed in the year 2018. At the time, I think there were a lot of calls for the government to develop a curriculum that can answer to the challenges of the workers in the home care industry in Kenya. Some of the areas of training for this curriculum are housekeeping, laundry work, child care, cookery, household waste disposal, introduction to home nursing, pre-departure and life skills. As for housekeeping, the students are being exposed to modern housekeeping methods. So these students are taught how to make beds, the modern bed. They are taught how to do hooving of carpets. They are taught how to clean surfaces, different surfaces, and the like. Under laundry work, the students are being exposed to how to handle garments, how to use modern machines like washing machines, the irons, the iron boxes, and many other equipments that are necessary in laundry work. The home care management course is a very versatile course. It enables the trainees not only to work in households, but also in other institutions like children homes, restaurants, accommodation areas, like hostels. Students can also work in the offices where we need staff to make a cup of tea, to do cleaning, so they can also join the corporate sector. So it's a very, very versatile course, and it is a very marketable course, and not just here in Kenya, but also outside the country.
Bilateral labor agreements, BLAs, have emerged as important instruments in protection of migrants.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to kick off. I'd kindly request that we come in so that we can start. We want to finish this session by exactly 2 p.m. So we are 4 minutes past the hour. So I'd kindly request that you make your way to the meeting area. Panelists, get ready, get ready, get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, let us be in here so that we can kick off together. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, I'd kindly request the panelists, please be ready. Dr. Jacob Omolo. Dr. Jacob Omolo, are you here? Fantastic, well done. So be fantastic. Thank you so much. Be on standby. Mr. Nelson Gasheru. Mr. Nelson Gasheru, are you here? Ladies and gentlemen, we had with now very solid engagements. This is where now you can ask your questions and give your comments as well. Mr. Nelson Gasher. All right. The protocol team kindly facilitate the ushering of our very precious participants inside the meeting hall. All protocol members, please be at the forefront so that we can kick off. It's 20 minutes past the hour. So ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 panel discussions this afternoon. One will be before lunch and the other 2 after lunch. The protocol team, please, I need your help. I need your help. And those who are still outside, please make your way to the meeting. Please make your way to the meeting area. Asanteni sana kwa kuja. Thank you so much. 20 minutes past the hour. We have Stephen. Excellent. Dr. Kelly Oluoch, are you here? Doctor, are you here? All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll change the program a bit. I'd kindly request that you bear with us, and we will start off with the second panel discussion on skills development for enhanced employability and entrepreneurship. Thank you so much for coming. It's 22 minutes past the hour. We should kick off at exactly 25. And as we start, ladies and gentlemen, as we consider skills development for enhanced employability and entrepreneurship, volume please, I'd kindly request that we consider the situation in the different parts of this country. It's not that people are not hardworking, but definitely they need the skills so that they can add value in the job market. This is the situation. For instance, if you go to the slums, these are not story. Let's have the video, a quick story. Let's have a video. A quick story. A story is told about this little boy. Was always in class, couldn't keep still. His hands were always...
And I didn't struggle with English, math, or science. I struggled holding still. And I would try to listen and focus and process ideas, but I couldn't help myself. And to be honest, I would sit there and then I would just start tapping. And the students in the class would look at me and they'd say, "Hey, stop tapping." A lot of the time, I didn't even realize I was doing it. And then eventually even the teachers got after me and they would yell at me and they'd say, "Clint, you have to stop tapping." It got so bad that I got sent to the principal's office for tapping. And he said to me, "Okay, maybe when you go back to class, just try sitting on your hands." And so I did. I went back to class, and when I felt myself starting to tap, I did this. I sat on my hands. And that worked for about 5 seconds. One time I was tapping in class, and my teacher, Mr. Jensen, he looked at me, and he yelled. And he said, "Clint, stay after class." And I thought to myself, this is it. I am done. Now, I've always been the type of person that believes that a single moment in time can change a person's life. And this was one of those moments for me, and I will never forget it. And so I was sitting there with Mr. Jensen and an empty classroom. And he walked past me and he sat next to his desk and he said, "Clint, come here. I want to talk to you." And as he looked me right in the eye, he said, "No, I need you to know something. You're not in trouble. But I do have just one question that I have to ask you." And he asked, he said, "Have you ever thought about playing the drums?" And in that moment, Mr. Jensen, he leaned back and he reached in and he pulled out my very first pair of drumsticks. And he held them in his hands and he looked at me and he said, "Hey, Clint, you're not a problem. I think you're a drummer."
One teacher discovered something. Childhood know what they could do.
From that moment on, I've never put those sticks down. Just because of a single moment in time when somebody believed in me and he saw something in me that I didn't even see within myself. And from that moment, I learned that there's a difference between being the best in the world and being the best for the world.
That's what training does. When you expose yourself to experts, to trainers, that which you didn't see inside of you in terms of a skill that could provide opportunities for you, the experts are able to do that. So ladies and gentlemen, skills development for enhanced employability and entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next 5 minutes, please, let's welcome Bwana Stephen Ogenga, Director General, National Industrial Training Authority. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Thank you very much, John. We are privileged this afternoon to be able to share with you a presentation on skills development. It's our pleasure to be able to support the National Employment Authority so that we share with the delegates here today, and we want to appreciate the presentations and the speeches that were given in the morning, especially from the leadership of the ministry. I'll be brief, ladies and gentlemen. We are talking about skills development for enhanced employability and entrepreneurship. There's a presentation that's going to be on the screen. But what is important, ladies and gentlemen, is that we are aware from statistics that as a country, in view of reports that by around 4 years ago, and this can be sustained today, about 3 out of 10 Kenyans lack the skills that are required to be able to enhance productivity and increase the cost of doing business in this country. So in essence, as an authority, it is this kind of gap that we need to be able to fill so that we support the initiatives of the government in developing and implementing industry-led skills development policies so that we ensure that the human capital development connects effectively to the labor market needs. I also want to draw your attention to statistics in 2019, which shows that the informal sector, which you are aware of in Juakali, forms about 84% of what comprises our economy. And you know that that sector is characterized by a couple of variables, including the lifespan, inadequate access to business development services, management training, enterprise development programs, and others. So as an authority, to be able to work as per our mandate, then we come up with programs that we can call work integrated learning programs, which we consider are instrumental in equipping beneficiaries with the employability skills to function effectively in the world of work. Ladies and gentlemen, just briefly then to understand who we are as a state corporation under the Ministry of Labor, our work is to have the vision that we will have a globally competitive and adequate workforce for industrial development. And in brief, we carry out the following functions. One is that we develop curricula, which we derive from occupational standards, qualification packs. We do assessment and certification. We work very closely with social partners, including yourselves, through the sector training committees. We have several approaches that lead to the fact that we create skills development for employability. We have programs referred to as apprenticeship, indentured learnership, which we carry out through several approaches, which we feel would be able to add value to the beneficiaries who are not only limited to the youth, but all other citizenry that are seeking opportunities that will standardize their behavior towards transition to formal working environment. So we do pre-skilling, we do upskilling, we do reskilling of workers, especially to reintegrate them into the world of work. But more importantly, again, we also offer experiential learning opportunities through industrial attachment for beneficiaries who are still in transition in colleges. We, of course, carry out assessment and certification, which we have enhanced both vertically and horizontally, the matter which will be presided over by the director from Kenya National Qualifications Authority. We also regulate training providers. So logically, we are present in the space of www.nata.go.ke, but physically, we are also present in several facilities in the country. We have a training institution in Mombasa, one in Kisumu, 2 in Nairobi, 1 in Athi River. But over and above that, we have a database of over 500 training providers that we've accredited for the purposes of increasing our visibility to support transition to standardized work behavior. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, is that our key inputs in view of skills development for employability and entrepreneurship is that we have our inputs, and our inputs are basically derived from a cohort of a critical mass, uncertified but qualified beneficiaries, certified and employed, uncertified and unemployed, labor market information. Then we process these through several approaches, including apprenticeship attachment, as I've said before. But more importantly, we are moving into the space to be able to aggregate the 84% part of the economy through recognition of prior learning. So our outputs are basically qualified and certified artisans, technicians, masterclass people whom we have introduced now from level 4 of the qualifications framework, where now we are allowing beneficiaries to be able to grow their capacity up to the level 8 of the qualifications framework. So what is important for us here, ladies and gentlemen, is that as a government, then the independent variable is that we should provide an environment in which we have policies for national skills development so that then the dependent variables like labor productivity, skills mismatches, labor market competitiveness are anchored to be able to be supported by the environment which the government provides in terms of a national skills development framework. Ahead of that, just to summarize, is that transiting to the expectations of the society at the moment, the fourth industrial revolution, automation, digitization, we're talking about education 3.0, where our beneficiaries are basically people beyond or the majority age, 18 years and above. So we are looking at a skills development ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen, that we can say is digitally enabled, socially constructed, and contextually reinvented. Therefore, the way in which we'll deliver the tech transfers to this cohort of people is that we are facilitating beneficiaries who are basically self-directed kind of learners. So we are not talking about pedagogy at this point in time. We're talking about andragogy as a process through which we can be able to add the capacity of our employers. And then we have to do this by the skills audit. And as we do our skills audit, then we realize that we have people in the population who are highly qualified, have experiences, but are not certified. We have people looking for jobs with skills that have not been quantified. We have people who are unskilled and uncertified, and all these should be aggregated to form what we call a labor-demanded data visualization dashboard. And as we talk about that, ladies and gentlemen, then we come to the fact that we have a lot of social dialogue with our partners. And through the Federation of Kenya Employers, Central Organization of Trade Unions, we have developed sector training committees whose work is to be able to supply market information, apart from the fact that their expertise in providing invest in skills that are required beyond skills development. This morning, I think we saw an audition by some youth here who are able then to, they can be able to congregate what they were doing this morning in terms of sitting to the digital space, TikToks and other things, so that they're able to be more employable and to be entrepreneurs in as far as that talent is concerned. So what we are saying is that beyond skills development, we are looking for organizations to uncover hidden talents within organizations. We are looking for empowerment on the job learning opportunities where we can be able to shadow and mentor beneficiaries for critical opportunities in, say, cybersecurity systems, or to be able to cope with uncertainty, including the things that we're observing in cryptocurrency markets and other things that go with that. We're talking about certifications that are digitally spaced and etc. So ladies and gentlemen, what we have here is that we as government must create opportunities that look at the training needs analysis or skills audits that then transit us into delivery programs that enable comments. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Makofi yake tafadhali. Uncovering hidden talents, future of work is automation, upskilling, communication expertise with digital capabilities. Thank you so much. Panelist, Mrs. Maren Omondi, board member, National Employment Authority. Remarks in 3 minutes. I'll have timer here, 3 minutes. Answer this question in strengthening industry performance. Makofi yake tafadhali as she starts.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The desk, the table, you look at the chair, look at the direction that we have here. All this is TVET. So TVET is so important. And it is only through TVET that the country can realize its goals. That is Vision 2030, the Big Four agenda, and will be more of a liability. So how should this be done? How should the institutions make sure that they are training for the industry, that they are giving training that is relevant and appropriate. First, this is possible through industry engagement. And the industry can be engaged through student attachment and internship opportunities. When students are engaged with the industry in that way, they get opportunity to learn the changing trends. They get opportunity to practice what they have learned in college so that they are being prepared for the world of work. Training that is done in isolation, in most cases, ends up being irrelevant.
Well, allow me to cut you there, but thank you so much. A big round of applause to Mrs. Marin. Thank you so much. We'll come back into detail, but in the meantime, we'll have another speaker. Thank you so much. You may kindly take a big round of applause for her. And by the way, dear panelists, you can use the microphone next to you. You've clearly highlighted it's only through TV that Kenya can realize its goals, and we need training that is relevant to industry needs and expectations. Thank you so much. Of labor. And just your opening remarks, 3 minutes, so that we understand. You can actually use the microphone next to you, just next to your seat. There is a microphone there. It's working. In the meantime, Menti, let's have Menti. Very quickly, Menti. So please note, just go to www.menti.com. Use the code 23230391. It's the same that we started with, and you can post your questions. Please note the names. So write the name of the person, the panelist, and then you can direct the question. We had the first one, Mrs. Marin Omondi, and now we are having the second panelist. So we're looking at some of the different approaches and methods being undertaken in labor market analysis to inform skills development for enhanced employability and entrepreneurship. What are these different methods and approaches?
Thank you, Makasi. First, I want to tell members what we do that relate to that question. How is to give information to the public on the situation of the labor market. We look at both the supply side and the demand side for skills, so that the two sides speak to each other, so that eventually we have a situation of zero unemployment, because we're talking about skills that are poured into the market. Those skills are absorbed by the demand side. So we carry out studies to get the skills that are in demand, to get the matching occupations, skills that are hard to get, skills that are outdated. Then we inform the supply side to gear their planning towards that, attaining producing the skills that are in the market. So we don't have, at the end of the day, we don't have a situation of excess skills, because excess skills lead to unemployment. It translates to unemployment. Because someone may be, may have skills that are not employable, and that's a waste. So
I'm just trying to understand excess skills. What if I had several kinds of skills? Does that put me in a disadvantaged spot?
No.
Or what do you mean?
Let's say a particular skill. Let's say plumbing. We have excess. We gear our training towards producing plumbers, and we don't produce teachers, or we don't produce mechanics. So we have excess plumbers, and we don't have. So we basically, our mandate is to give Kenyans relevant, accurate, up-to-date labor market information. That information will enable the users, especially the youth who use that information, to plan, the country will use that information to advise the concerned, let's say the youth, on skills that are needed and which once they get, they'll be employed. So now coming to your question, what approaches do we use? We carry out tracer studies by following up on graduates from different institutions, where they are, and if they are not employed, why are they not employed? The skills they have, why are they not being used? So in so doing, we'll advise the labor market on which skills are useful, which ones are not useful.
Or opted for otherwise, because you mentioned your mandate. Okay? So please keep your questions coming in, direct those questions to a specific panelist, and then we'll come back after we listen to their preliminary remarks. Remember, it's www.menti.com, 2323. Let's have that Menti once again, 2323 0391. Let's move on to Dr. Kelly Oluoch, Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Medical Training College. Resource capacity. But looking at the rapid changes in technology, how is the average in Kenya?
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Kelly Oluoch, CEO, Kenya Medical Training College. Just a brief of what KMTC is all about. Kenya Medical Training College is the largest trainer of human resources for health. It delivers such content via e-learning platform. The other issue that we do at Kenya Medical Training College is to embrace technology in terms of our operations. For example, we have what is called an enterprise resource planning software that enables us to run all our activities in a platform that is properly coordinated to ensure that our services are efficient and are easy to access to all our clients. Finally, we also have a way in which we do our admission on a platform, an online admission platform that enables us to get our learners across the country from all the counties who have the requisite qualifications to access learning in our facility. And then our curricula to certain emerging technologies like telemedicine. That is currently the way in which medicine is being practiced, so that we are able to solve issues that affect patients remotely. Thank you.
Dr. Juma Mukhwana, Director General, Kenya Authority, which is a government agency in the Ministry of Education. And basically what we do is we set standards for our qualifications. So part of what we do, developed and are implementing, that has now opened up NITA training to up to level 8, where you'll call professional master craftsperson. This is very important, because then when we set standards, we are looking at the Kenyan standard for our qualifications, but we are also looking at how this compares internationally. And because we are talking about structured labor export, one of the big issues that we see here is that if you really want to export labor, then you must be able to develop skills that meet international standards. Remember, those of us who grow tea, those of us who grow coffee, when you want to export your tea, there is an EU standard for tea that you can sell to the European Union. There is a European Union standard for selling coffee. So if you really want to export labor, then you must be able to understand what is the international market looking for, and so that you can tailor your training to meet that standard. So in summary, if you're looking for that labor export, then there are 3 things that we must have in place. And the countries have excelled. If you look at Philippines, for example, one of the biggest examples, with 10 million Filipinos working, we've developed the national policy for recognizing prior learning and also the guidelines, so you can pass at the NITA booth and pick. MTC can assess you for a skill that you have acquired without going to school,
and certified and give you a certificate which you can then use either to look for a job locally, internationally, or even to progress your education. So we are really happy to be here because this market, as somebody said, because we have been training without a plan and haphazardly, we have created a situation where you have jobs without people and people without jobs in the same environment. Because we, as my brother from the Ministry of Labor was saying, if you don't keep a close relationship between what the labor market is looking for and your training, then you end up in a situation where you have jobs, we have people with, we have jobs without people and people without jobs because, and you're actually wasting your national resources, training people that you don't need, and yet there are people that are required that we don't have. So really, our work is to work with all the players in all the ministries to ensure that the standards of our qualifications are correct, that our qualifications are relevant, and that everybody has access to training and education. Let me leave it there.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause to the panelists. Oh, wow. It's important, and of course, remember, once we're done, the booths are out there, you can get more information. COVID came, a lot of business went up, and I remember interacting with one of these very critical organizations, and it really developed me. Maybe you know them. JIRA. From home, I was able to be taught. Yes, I'm a journalist, but I registered for 2 days, I sat and I was taught how to be a virtual assistant. And I didn't know that it actually works until I started working and I got opportunities. And while I was at that, that's where I met this lady who's going to talk to us. So please, a big round of applause to Philippa Mary, Head Partnership Global Development Incubator. And as you give us your 3 minutes, yes, we have skills development, but what are the roles and responsibilities of youths in skills development to enhance their employability and entrepreneurship?
Thank you, Mwakazi. My name is Philippa. I am the Partnership and Employer Engagement Lead for Global Opportunity Youth Network. This is an organization that is based globally as well as here in Mombasa with our key partner, our anchor partner, Swahili Port Hub. And our main objective is to ensure that we're part of the solution towards providing employment opportunity to the youth. So one of the things that we do is to make sure that we are giving a place-based approach to the issue of unemployment. We have been able to speak to employers over the past 2 years and be able to determine what exactly is the skills gap, and then we go ahead and prepare the youth to access these opportunities. So one of the things we've done today, which has been very successful and has enabled the youth to get access to opportunities, is to be able to map out over 700 job opportunities with over 100 network of employers within our network, to be able to provide support to the youth, because we truly understand that looking for an opportunity as well as trying to skill yourself is quite an uphill task. And like Mwakazi said, I am a beneficiary of a government program which skilled me, the Ajira Digital program, and then I decided to be part of the solution through the Global Opportunity Youth Network. So today, to date, we make sure that we not only skill these youth, but we prepare them. I know there was a conversation on workplace learning, employability skills training, because we understand that, the issue of unemployment is not just skilling. There are specific interventions that need to be put in place to be able to make sure that we are supporting the youth and we can be able to be part of the solution even as we continue to grow. Another key outcome that we've been able to do is put together a multi-stakeholder network whereby we brought together all stakeholders who are working to solve the issue of unemployment and to be able to identify specific areas of linkage that this youth can access. So what we do is that we focus specifically on employment because we want to make sure that these youth are able to have the base for maximum impact. Our project is 10 years. We are in year 2, like I mentioned. So as we continue to track these particular youth journeys, we want to make sure that we are able to churn out over 10,000, 100,000 youth, 100,000 Philippines who were given support through different programs, and then they're able to make something out of themselves through their career. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Big round of applause to the panelists. And by the way, we have now 20 minutes to take your questions. So if you have a question, just put up your hand. But of course, we'll be picking them via Menti. Let's have Menti. But if you have a question, a direct question, and I'd kind of request for the panelists, once you get an opportunity, just take about 1 minute or so to respond to that question. Just focus on the Any question? Okay. Just put up. Fantastic. That's one there. But there's a question here for Mrs. Marin. Sorry, we cut short earlier on. But maybe within... I'll give you 2 minutes. The question is, Mrs. Marin, what strategies are you employing to reach and train youth in remote areas who need skills for employability? Remote areas. 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, as I said before, TVET is about skills, and the question is about how we reach the youth in remote areas. Yes, in most TVET institutions, we have introduced e-learning. Yes, most of the institutions have the e-learning platform so that the youths who are in remote areas can study online, and also the government has established institutions in almost every constituency in this country. So you'll find that even in the remote areas, we have technical training institutions or technical vocational colleges or vocational colleges, the former youth polytechnics. So through this...
Just wanted to cut you.
Yes.
E-learning. Last time I checked, deep down at my county level, they don't have access to internet. How does that work?
Yes. There are areas where there's no access to internet, but in most of the areas in this country, you'll find that there is a technical training institution. There is a youth polytechnic, there is a vocational training college, because that is the policy of the government, that in every constituency, there is a technical training institution. So there are just very few areas where we are lacking those colleges, but most of the areas, there's one within reach.
There's somebody who clapped. Who clapped? You want to follow up with that question? Somebody? Okay, microphone, please. Microphone, please. Okay, so go ahead. Name and organization you represent.
Hello. Okay, my name's Simon, and according to what you've said about the vocational training colleges, some of the colleges are not equipped. So, like, okay, let me go back to my place at Mikindani Polytechnic. Those guys, okay, we do practicals with cars that are stagnant, they're not moving. And when we are doing repairs, we do repairs cars that are moving. So how am I equipped knowing that this spare part is legally invited, or maybe the spare part is as in hiyo spare part imeharibika ama iko sawa? Sasa siwezi nikajua kama ni mbovu. Unajua mwalimu anasema tu hii spare part unaionaje? Mimi nimezoea kuiona kama vile wengine wamezoea kuiona. Nafaa kuletwa mpya ambayo inafaa kurun kama bearings, kitu kama linings. So I think some of the polytechnics are not much equipped na hizo nini requirements.
Asante. Tafadhali ujibu, na pia tukizungumza kwa Kiswahili, na pia bwana Mitiambo hapo sijui utasema vipi, lakini hebu tumsikilize Mrs. Marin kwanza. Mrs. Marin.
Thank you so much again. It's true that a number or most of the institutions do not have relevant equipment. And this is something that the ministry is addressing to equip the institutions with modern equipment. You'll find that a number of institutions have benefited, maybe Kenya, China project, Kenya, Netherlands project, where these equipments are being provided to institutions. But that's why we are talking of industrial attachment or internship, so that the skills that cannot be offered in the institutions are acquired from the industry. Because in the industry, they have these equipments. And it is true, technology is changing. And if we are talking, for example, about vehicle technology, yeah, it is not right for the youth to be trained on carburetor. When we have moved to VTTI, so because the institutions may lack a vehicle with that type of engine, then when they go on attachment, they are exposed to that. Otherwise, this is something that the government is aware of, and in the process of rebranding TVET, changing the image of TVET, the government is in the process of equipping the institutions with the modern equipments,
right,
state-of-the-art equipment.
Okay, okay, so it's in the process, Go ahead.
Afternoon, all protocol observed. I'm Kimbaumbao from Mombasa Youth Assembly. Thank you, Mwakazi, how you have posted that question about remote. Madam, I wanted you to digest the word remote. Right now, we are being hosted in Nyali.
And just a moment. By the way, the other panelists, if you can also come in, that would be very important. Go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. Right now, you are being hosted in Nyali, yet you are in Mombasa County. There is a place called Makirunge. If we all can take a picture, look at Makirunge, there is a youth which comes from there. Yes, you are trying to say you are coming from analog to digital. If Mrunge, mwenye hawezi access, akona simu ndogo kama yangu, alafu ni mtu tuambia, TVET want to equip us with skills, alafu bado tuambia tuende e-learning. I can't connect those two things. Because at the end of the day, sisi kama vijana tunalaumiwa, hatuna skills. Yeye tutaambiwa, utatoka shule, kwa ground, utaambiwa vitu ni different. Asa e-learning, hapo hivyo mwalimu atakuja na spana kuni aniambie fungua boot hivi kind of, ama ndo nifundisho kupika chapati nzuri nitaambua niende kwa YouTube ama like seriously. Is that time to see, we should not sugarcoat things that in TVET we do EABCD. We are speaking right now about remote area. How can that youth access this easy skills that we are talking of? Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that question. And I want to move to Miti. Absolutely.
I think my question was, what if you have so many skills, so many types of skills? Yeah, it means that you don't have accurate information about the labor market. Because that's why you are getting so many skills. You are a mechanic, you are a plumber, you are a teacher, you are what? It's like pouring so many seeds into one hole and they germinate, all of them. Yeah, they will germinate, but they'll be so thin, they will not be useful. So it's better to have information. That information is what we provide Kenyans with. That information is very useful because it will guide you towards the right skill that you will take, and sure bet utapata job.
There's a question here. There's a question here for you as you respond on excess skills. Somebody's asking, how can skills in excess in one county be transferred to counties that lack these skills? Is there a program? Can a program be developed to facilitate labor migration internally?
Oh, yes. I think what I didn't mention is that we have what we call Kenya Labor Market Information System that has all information, labor market information, and you can access it through www.labormarket.go.ke. That one gives you information about everything to do with the labor market.
Haya. Changamoto pia kwa wale ambao kwenye remote areas. Mtaweza kufika kwenye labormarket.go.ke? Haya, kuna changamoto basi. Bwana Mitiambo, we'll come back, but there's a question. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Amina Mahmoud. I'm from Swahili Port Hub and supporting a program called Global Opportunity Youth Network. My question is to Dr. Kelly. With the rise of COVID-19, we have experienced home-based care support as one of the emerging opportunities in the health sector. Is there any ongoing work around this on the training front? And will this level of training be friendly to opportunity youths? And by opportunity youths, I mean youths who are not in education, employment, or any training. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Kelly, clearly, let's take another question here.
This is just in regards to the skills.
Go ahead.
So first and foremost, my name is Mr. Hussein from Swahili Port as well. It is in regards to the skills aspect whereby they talked about having excess skills. For me, my take in it is that there is never excess skills for as long as you prioritize and organize yourself. So my question comes in, how do we use these skills in terms of monetizing these skills? That is the question I would like to ask. How do you advise the youth to be able to monetize on the skills? Because most of us have so many skills, but monetizing it so that it can earn money for us and bring us money is where some of us face the challenge. So that is my question.
Monetize this, but maybe you need to clarify what you really meant by excess skills. Because it wasn't so much, I have so many skills, but it was actually irrelevant skills in a particular area. Go ahead, just clarify that, and how we monetize whatever skills we have. Go ahead.
The excess skills I was talking about is one type of skill. We have too many people have trained in that area. And I give an example of maybe mechanics. We have so many mechanics, but we don't have others. So what you can do is to reskill. Read what is in the market. Do a relevant skill. And that's why we provide that information that will enable us to tell what kind of skills will be needed in the future. So, maybe my colleague can assist me.
Okay. Go ahead. But maybe we change the word excess to redundant. It's skills that are not necessarily.
Yeah, thank you very much, Johnson. I think the demand from the floor is that we will not say excess skills, but we'll say that we have been having a situation in which we have a supply-driven kind of investment in training, education, and learning. So at the moment, what the director is saying is that we have a demand-driven training investment, whereby what the industry demands is what we purpose to be able to skill for. So in terms of excess is that what the director from KNQ has said is that we have a situation in which we have skilled people without jobs, without people to support in terms of skills. So that kind of supply-demand mismatch is what we are saying that we need to be able to mitigate as a nation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay.
I wanted to, not permanent. So the fact that you went to a college or went to a university and got a bachelor's degree does not mean that you have reached a destination. Remember, training is a continuous process. Learning is a continuous process from the time you are born until you die. And so you have skills, but sometimes there's need for upskilling, there's need for reskilling, there's need for new skills. So you'll find that even for those of us who have been working for 20 new areas, and so the message that we need to send out to the young people is that the fact that you have a diploma in electrical or motor vehicle mechanic does not mean that you may look for a job with what you have today, but that does not mean that you have reached your destination. You have to continuously evaluate your environment and see whether your skills are fitting in, see what else. Maybe when you are trained, there was very little automation, there was very little computer. Now your profession, like Kelly was saying, is demanding new technology. So learning cannot stop. So part of what we need to say is it's a continuous process. You have to keep upskilling, you have to keep reskilling, and also reacting to the environment in terms of what is being demanded.
Develop lifelong learners. That means that at a given point in time, the skills that you learned earlier will become irrelevant or moribund. And therefore, it needs that everybody needs to continue to reskill and retool themselves to fit the future that we are going into. Now, to go to the question of my friend Amina Mohamud about home-based care support.
In 1 minute.
And the courses that are available. In Kenya Medical Training College, one of the things we do is to support UHC, meaning that we want to prevent disease before it happens. And if it happens, and it is at community or household level, we need to have professionals at that level to be able to support people at that level. And therefore, we have the following. We have what is called Community Health Assistant course. This course is a 2-year course that requires you to have a C-. Then we have collaborated with counties to support the health system at the primary level. And therefore, we are retooling and reskilling people who are called community health workers and community health volunteers to be able to support in terms of home-based care, to give the best necessary support at the household level.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me go to Ms. Philippa. There's a question, and of course I know you want to also add on to that conversation. Let's have plenty there. Ms. Philippa, how does a youth in the grassroots able to be part of the project and become a beneficiary? Microphone, please.
The things that we are able to do, and we've been able to do very effectively, is that we are primarily in the Mombasa region. And what we're doing in this pilot phase is to look at where exactly can we expand in the coastal region as well as at a national level. So we work with Swahili Port Hub as our implementer. So what we do is that we usually have let me say, a list of different youth hubs that we work with, and wherever you are based, you are able to work in these particular hubs and be able to, let us know what exactly is your interest area. How can we continue to guide your career path? What can we do in terms of support? So what we do is that we guide you through the process. So once you're able to get linked to our program, we are going to walk that journey with you. And we're going to make sure over the course of over 3 years, even to 5 years, we're able to track your progress, link you to different opportunities, because that's what we do, as well as support you within the training process. So I think we have a booth. We have our team at the back there, as well as a booth here. Please walk there, register your name there, and we'll be happy to contact you and be able to plan.
Also have 2 more panel discussions after lunch. But in 1 minute, I'd kindly request that the panelists give parting shots. 1 minute past panelist. 1 minute, we start with Mrs. Marin. Mrs. Marin, we start with you, 1 minute. Okay. Parting shot.
TVET is important. The youth are supposed to acquire relevant skills to the industry, and there are opportunities for youth in this country to get the skills. At level, there are also short courses that somebody can enroll for, so that if you are already an artisan in the field, but you don't have a certificate, you can go for a short course lasting 3 months, 6 months, so that you get a certificate. And I would urge the youth to get skills that will make them not only job seekers, but also job creators.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Big round of applause. Next on line, 1 minute. Go ahead. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you so much. Yesterday marked a new beginning for Kenya Medical Training College. We, together with the Ministry of Health, flagged off the exportation of the first lot of human resources for health for foreign countries. That is a government-coordinated, government-to-government agreement related facilitation. At Kenya Medical Training College, we are prepared to help this country to move forward in terms of human resources for health. And we have opportunities for our youth to learn at our 72 campuses across the country. That means that we have 18 faculties and over 93 courses at Kenya Medical Training College. You can find us at www.kmtc.ac.ke. Thank you so much, and you are welcome. We are happy to host you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mukwana. Go ahead. 1 minute.
I think what we need to appreciate is that the world is changing, either because of COVID, because of change in technology. And so as a country, we must be willing to take on board new ways of training, new ways of skilling, so that we are able to keep pace with what the world is looking for. And as we have indicated here, opportunities exist beyond our borders. From the little research that we have, the longest that somebody would, for example, tarmac in the United Arab Emirates is 2 months. And here we have people tarmacking for 5 years. So the opportunities are there, but you must have the right skills. And we are saying also that although now we are mostly exporting domestic workers, we need to go beyond there so that we can export electricians, plumbers, and so on. And the RPL, recognition of prior learning policy, is now ready. For you, if you have the skill and you have not gone to school. So we need to diversify, like Kelly is saying, now we are talking about nurses. We need other skills as well to go out. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bwana Ogenga. 1 minute, please.
The National Industrial Training Authority is an enabler of skills development in this country. So therefore, we provide an open source entry behavior so that we can be able to offer all beneficiaries an opportunity to transit to the supply of both internal and external demanded skills for our economy. We believe that with this particular opportunity, all beneficiaries, the youth, persons with special needs, are welcome to be able to access the training programs that we offer that will provide for labor mobility within the region and globally. Most welcome.
Thank you so much, Bwana Mitiambo. 1 minute, please.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Information is important. Knowing what the market requires is very important. And as I told you, log into our website, www.labormarket.go.ke, and you will get a lot of information. For example, we have the new occupations that are in the market now that require skills. That is mining, and including petroleum, ICT, and STR. Those are new occupations that require skills. Then in summary, I want to tell you 10 most skills that are in demand. One is, the leading is accounting and finance, followed by public administration, followed by law, followed by human resource management.
Please meet Bwana Mitiambo. A big round of applause for him after this. Ms. Philippa, 1 minute, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mwakazi. Just to finalize the conversation, I just want to say no one understands the youth problem of unemployment more than the work we are doing here in Mombasa. Me, as an unemployed youth, not so long ago, just about 5 success opportunities Once again, I encourage you, please visit our booth. We will be able to support you at your point of need. We're very happy to, especially through the HR network, we're working with county government as well as the key government partners here, and we want to just make sure that the youth is at the center of the problem. So please let us know what exactly you need, what are the gap areas. We are here to support, because like I said, over 300,000 youth are unemployed here in Mombasa through different gaps that we are seeing. So one of the things we want to make sure is that we take on 10% of this program to provide a solution. Our strategy heavily relies on what we're seeing in the market and what the youth is telling us. So we are happy to, collaborate together and make sure that there is no youth who is left out, just because they don't have any papers or certification. You all matter, and we're happy to work with you.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to celebrate these panelists. And please, if you find time, please stay behind. For those who had questions, please interact with the panelists. A big round of applause for them. For now, okay, moja kwa moja.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the National Employment Authority, we would like to appreciate our panelists who have done a good job. The conversation continues.
Excellent. Have the first gift. Let's take the first gift. A big round of applause. We'll start with Mrs. Marin Omondi. Makofi yake tafadhali. Line we have Mr. Francis Mitiambo. Makofi tafadhali. Next on line, Dr. Juma Mukhwana. And finally, you can stand together so that we can take that final photo. Mr. General, this way please. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end. Our first panel discussion. DJ unaambiwa uje katikati tafadhali. Makofi yao tafadhali. Tunamaliza 40 minutes past the hour. The next session starts 20 minutes past the hour. That's 3:20. Aya, makofi yao tukimalizia. Right now we are ready for lunch. Let's be here 20 minutes past the hour. 20 minutes past the hour. That reads 3:20, so that we can finish by 5:30 latest. Asanteni sana kwa kuja. Many thanks. Connect with the panelists.
be there. They have been there even in the past. And now we are glad that we have a structure. And we have NER. Before, we never used even to have NER. We were just affiliated to Ministry of Labor. Now, what we have done as ASMAC to try and mitigate some of those distress cases and how to handle them, because we receive them on daily basis, including even death cases. We receive them on every single day. There is a distress somewhere. You as a Kenyan agent now, what do you do? First, we tell you as our member, try to solve that issue with your partner agent on the other side. If you are not agreeing, or it's becoming a challenge for you, we have a form that you fill. You give us the girl's contract. You give us the contact. That girl's contract, of course, has the contact of the employer, has the contact of the office, and even the location. So as when it reaches to us on the domestic desk as ASMAC, we have people on the other end, the team that we work with, our diaspora team, who are there, based there. They have also spread themselves in the many cities where Kenyans are. So we reach out to them and tell them, maybe this agent or this employee is being difficult. Please make this call. Also, we CC that distress to our embassy in Riyadh and tell our labor attaché and the ambassador, we are having this distress in this office, they are being difficult, or this and this is happening. So we are actually appreciating these small milestones and the support we are getting from the government through our foreign missions and those other Kenyans that work there. We have seen this benefit. I am a beneficiary. How am I a beneficiary? I'm the first person that has been employed by the labor migration because I own an agency. I pay myself from the work I do, the commissions I'm paid, because remember these licenses are renewable. Every agent has a minimum of 6 employees.
The authority remains committed to equipping the workforce with the skills required in the labor markets. Towards this end, the authority enhanced coordination of pre-departure training and orientation program for outbound migrants in order to equip them with requisite knowledge and skills to cope with the labor environment in the destination countries.
This is one of the institutions that is offering the home care curriculum. This curriculum was developed in the year 2018. At the time, I think there were a lot of calls for the government to develop a curriculum that can answer to the challenges of the workers in the home care industry in Kenya. Some of the areas of training for this curriculum are housekeeping, laundry work, childcare, cookery, household waste disposal, introduction to home nursing, pre-departure and life skills. As for housekeeping, the students are being exposed to modern housekeeping methods. So these students are taught how to make beds, the modern bed. They are taught how to do hooving of carpets. They are taught how to clean surfaces, different surfaces, and the like. Under laundry work, the students are being exposed to how to handle garments, how to use modern machines like washing machines, the irons, the iron boxes, and many other equipments that are necessary in laundry work. The home care management course is a very versatile course. It enables the trainees not only to work in households, but also in other institutions like children's homes, restaurants, accommodation areas, like hostels. Students can also work in the offices where we need staff to make a cup of tea, to do cleaning, so they can also join the corporate sector. So it's a very, very versatile course, and it is a very marketable course, and not just here in Kenya, but also outside the country.
Bilateral labor agreements, BLAs, have emerged as important instruments in protection of migrant workers. Towards this end, Kenya has signed bilateral labor agreements with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, State of Qatar, United Arab Emirates, and the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The agreement signed earlier being reviewed to accord more protection to migrant workers, improve terms and conditions of service, enhance protection of Kenyans working abroad, and increase the cadres of skilled and professional workers covered by the agreement. As part of its commitment for continuous improvement, better performance and improved customer satisfaction, the National Employment Authority, NEA, developed the National Employment Authority Integrated Management System to provide through an effective approach the much-needed services to stakeholders in an efficient and effective way. The services offered include registration of job seekers, registration of employers, registration of private recruitment agencies, PRAs, emergency distress reporting for migrant workers, linking job seekers and employers, and providing information on registered private recruitment agencies. Additionally, the authority, in collaboration with the International Organization for Migration, IOM, developed and launched a Kenya Labor Migration Information website to complement the existing informational platforms. The website is a source of credible, factual, and reliable information for prospective Kenyan migrant workers seeking employment in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and the State of Qatar. The National Employment Authority Act
Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, we want to kick off. Make it to the meeting hall. We are on the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. We're closing. 2 panels, powerful sessions, direct questions. We close by 5:30.
work with an employer for 1 year probably after graduation. And it empowers a lot of ways. One of the issues about internships that it exposes you to the work situation. It increases your employment skills, employability. It makes you understand the workplace. It makes you get mentors within the workplace.
And one final makofi out tafadhali, makofi out tafadhali. Asanteni sana. Asante sana. Within 2 minutes, before I move on to the next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion. Getting ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready.